Good morning. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8. I'm joined today by attorney Chris Mulder, who will be our legal expert for the day. And thank you so much for joining us, Chris. We really appreciate you having you here.
Thanks for having me.
So we're going to start off by replaying our senior crime and justice reporter Rebecca Lopez's story from yesterday.
Prosecutors went straight at the heart of the defense's case, challenging a psychiatrist who diagnosed Tanner Horner with a long list of conditions, including PTSD, DHD. They questioned whether those diagnoses were built on truth or on what...
Question. You don't think it's important that what they're telling you is the truth?
It's not a question of importance when you're doing this kind of evaluation.
But prosecutors didn't let up, pointing out even other experts say Horner does not have PTSD or some of the other conditions she diagnosed.
If they say that he doesn't have PTSD, are you wrong or are they wrong?
I believe I'm correct.
Horner has given different reasons on why he killed Athena. He told Dr. Ryan that he panicked and killed her because she saw him doing cocaine, despite no evidence of that.
So according to you, if there is him, if he doesn't see him, or she see him snorting coke, none of this happens.
Prosecutors also dismantled claims Horner struggled to think through his actions because he has autism spectrum disorder, pointing to what they say was calculated behavior after the crime.
You'll agree with me that what he did in this case, this was intentional, correct?
Yes.
The defense also called a friend, his former boss and his cellmate, who all testified Horner had a troubled life. The inmate testified he thought he was a good guy. Some of the jurors snickered during that testimony that didn't sit well. The defense is trying to explain why Horner acts the way he does, but prosecutors say it isn't about diagnosis, but about choices. In Fort Worth, Rebecca Lopez.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer two critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Well, Chris, this is your first time with us. Again, thank you for joining us. And obviously, we are in day 18. We are expecting to hear from a couple of experts today. Rebecca Lopez was in court this morning listening to those experts as they did those hearings to qualify them. And we're going to hear from Grandma. We believe she will take a stand this afternoon and that she will be the last of the so-called character witnesses who will be hearing from Chris. Since this is your first time, one, doing this with us at all, and two, for this case, I just want to hear what you think.
Well, it's certainly a hard case for the defense. And it's a great case for the state, but when you have that kind of a situation, it's one where the prosecution can only lose because everybody expects this man to get the death penalty, and same thing can be said for the defense. It's such a difficult case for them. It's such a loser for them that if they manage somehow to spare his life, it's a win, and if they lose, it's to be expected.
I personally would be shocked if this jury came back with anything less than the death penalty.
Yeah, I would too.
You were saying earlier that it's as if the defense has a pair of twos, and
at the poker table.
At the poker table because they're just they can't fold.
They can't fold. They got to just play till the end and hope something happens. And at this point, you're the best thing. The equivalent of a hung jury is going to be life, and you're just trying to reach one juror, just one person who the defense probably. They think they know who one or two sympathetic jurors might be, and they're trying to play to those two just to get one of them to hold out long enough to give their man a shot at not getting the death penalty.
What's the likelihood of that?
That's
it doesn't sound like very good.
No, as my dad would have said, slim and none, and Slim just left town.
By the way, folks, Chris's dad, Doug Mulder, God rest his soul, was one of a very prominent Dallas attorney, very well known in these parts, and so so folks out there that are in the Dallas County criminal justice system will immediately know who he is. So, what do you think of what we heard yesterday?
It's all they have. You put a couple doctors up and hope that, again, one of the jurors can grasp on something that the doctor says that they can hang their hat on to spare this guy's life. But at this point, it almost seems like you're trying to, if you're the defense, you're trying to just drag it out so that the jurors have a more difficult time remembering what a great case the prosecution put on.
I just see that as highly unlikely.
It's all you got. It's all you can do.
It really is. And so, for me, well, there's been many hard things about this case. Things that, one, I've been doing this a long time, but I think all the attorneys I've had on here have all agreed this case reaches a level that most of us have, just in terms of the evidence and in terms of the evil that what was done here. But like yesterday, we saw the prosecutors just take their expert, right? Their key expert, Dr. Ryan, apart on the stand, questioning why she left things out, questioning, this whole thing about she seems to have believed him when he said that he panicked because Athena Strand had saw him using cocaine. Mind you, there's no evidence of that.
Yeah, that's not going to fly. That's not going to work. Of course, if she believes that, and the jurors think that that's a complete fabrication, they're not going to believe anything she said, because they're going to say, if you fell for that, this whole thing is a sham. Yeah. So it's tough. I mean, it's tough to be on the ropes as the defense on this thing. I mean, and presumably they had we've had 3 years to prepare for this, and that's
when you ain't got nothing. I mean, that's pretty much where we're at, I think.
Yeah.
They didn't have much to work with to start with.
No, they didn't have much to work with, and it's just the level of like you said, the amount of evidence is so good. We forget that so many murders are. I mean, they're all awful. And we can only imagine, and we have experts piece it together what happened. The blood shows this, and the bullet casings show this, and we can just kind of imagine what happened. But this one, it's on audio, recorded for everybody to hear in all of its.
Well, for people in the courtroom, yeah.
Well, yeah, in all of its, I mean, 20 minutes is a long time.
This is more than an hour.
Well, I mean, I can't imagine sitting there listening to this as it just lasts longer and longer.
Yeah, I mean, Rebecca has, and she's also been around a long time. Her and Terry Bentley Hill, who both were in that courtroom and heard it, and both of them are still, I think, processing.
Sure,
what they heard.
I'm glad I didn't hear it. I don't want that in my brain forever.
Oh, I don't either. There are times when I would like to be in court. That was not one of them.
Yeah, and those jurors, of course, the one person they're going to be mad at for having to hear it
is Tanner Horner.
Right.
Well. And we've struggled to think about a case where you actually hear somebody killing somebody. I mean, a child, mind you. And I can't think of one. I mean, that is of this nature. We were talking about Deanna Cook in that case. That was a 911 case where 911 made a mistake. You hear her basically fighting for her life, and and I remember listening to that audio. That was pretty horrible. But that's really the closest I can think of in my mind of a case where. You have something even of this nature.
At best, you'll hear fragments of it, maybe on a 911 call, or some bystander might catch something on a cell phone. But I mean, this is well documented. And how this guy didn't know that this thing was being recorded is just beyond me.
Well, I mean, he's obviously not the brightest bulb in the box, but his IQ test. Now, one thing we did hear yesterday is his IQ test came out. He's average. He's not an idiot. Well, let me rephrase that. He's clearly an idiot, but he's not his IQ tests indicate that he's got smarts. He's not intellectually disabled.
Well, you can tell that from the stories, and you can when he is first talking to the investigators, he comes up with this alternate suspect to throw them off. I mean, he's acting like somebody who's actively trying not to be caught. So clearly, he's cunning enough to try and escape responsibility. And he's smart or not, but then he has this alternate.
Zero.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. Yeah.
It's about what I mean. Yeah.
But the gears are turning in there, where he's trying to think of a way to get out of this thing. And then the latest, with the okay, I backed into her. Well, if you don't buy that, then this happened, and if you don't buy that, then she saw me doing cocaine.
Mind you, there's
just not so bad now.
Right. Exactly. Well, and then we heard one of the things that came out on Cross yesterday with Dr. Ryan, which was hard to hear, was. We got Tanner Horner acknowledged to Dr. Ryan that he had tried to sexually abuse Athena Strand.
Yeah, I mean, how that was going to help is beyond me. That's what had been insinuated, and we, people kind of came to that conclusion, or imagined it, or believed it, or thought it was true, was confirmed.
Yeah, that he was attempting to do something. You figured from the DNA, and you figured from the description that Rebecca gave of what was on that audio, but from what we understand, the prosecutors have transcribed that, or they've had that audio transcribed, because obviously in a situation like that, there's going to be things that are going to be difficult to hear. So
Sure.
you've almost got to enhance it. And so they have transcribed that audio, and the jury will have that. And my understanding from what Rebecca has told us is that there is stuff on that transcript that wasn't like maybe as audible, you know, in a big courtroom,
Sure.
that are of that nature.
Well, now it's confirmed. You know, it's damning.
Oh yeah, and then he goes home, and and folks, I don't repeat this stuff because I enjoy repeating it, but I just think it's important because it speaks to what the jury's going to have to consider. He goes home and has relations with his now ex-girlfriend to prove that he's not a pedophile.
Prove to himself,
I guess to himself, yeah.
or is that even true?
Well, that's a good question, you know, because I don't actually believe anything that Tanner Horner says.
Sure. I mean, why would that be true?
That's true. I mean, you're right. I mean, the only thing he is, and this is what the prosecutor said in the opening statements, lie upon lie upon lie, and the only thing he told the truth about was that he killed Athena Strand.
Yeah.
And I think that's borne out in this
Yeah.
testimony.
I mean, yeah, when they arraigned him, he pled guilty. That's pretty much the only thing that he said that was true.
Were you shocked by him pleading guilty?
Yeah. But again, it's a trial tactic. You know, it for whatever it's worth, you know, it was unexpected. It keeps the prosecution a little bit off balance, maybe for an hour or so, while they kind of regroup what order they're going to call their witnesses in. But you know, it's all you've got, and it's a foregone conclusion that he was going to get found guilty. So
why not just go ahead?
right, you get it tactically, at least it allows the defense to get a little bit of come right out of the gate with some credibility to the jury. With look, we're not going to waste your time with whether he's guilty or not guilty. He's guilty. He admits it. Let's just move on to what we're really here for. So at least you get that, you know, a little bit of momentum and a little bit of credibility to begin with. But again, in this case, it's, you know, it's negligible.
Right. Would you say if he had not pled guilty, would it be likely that the jurors would have heard that audio twice then? Would they have replayed it if we had, you know, a guilt, innocence, and then a punishment phase, or some portion of it?
Yeah, I mean, you probably, as a prosecution, you probably get to, you know, day 2 or 3, and you go through the investigation and how they solve the case. You play the audio for the jury, and then there are more witnesses, your forensics and all that, and then you can, at that point, you know, I don't know what if the defense starts calling witnesses, then you can rebut it and, you know, try and play that audio again. And the last thing the defense wants is that audio played again.
So by pleading guilty, you make that unlikely.
You know, you increase the possibility that it won't get played again, because every time it's played, it just you know, it just hurts. It hurts you more and more.
Well, yeah, and you know, from what Rebecca and Terry said, the jurors, you know, some of those jurors were sobbing.
I would be surprised if all of them weren't.
You can't listen to something like that and
No.
not be. I mean, you'd have to be a sociopath not to be. I mean,
the police, you know, were moved, and they hear this kind of thing for a living.
have you ever encountered a case that is as bad as this one?
Like just the circumstances.
I mean, where does this rank for you in cases you've seen?
If it's not at the top, it's way up there. You know, of course, there are all the ones that aren't this well documented that were probably just as horrific, but we just don't know because it wasn't recorded.
And that's what really sets this case apart,
Yeah.
is the level of documentation you have. You have the audio, the video, because, you know, the video does show him getting her into the car. You have the video, you know, showing him covering up the camera, the front-facing camera, in the run-up of the days before. You have him doing it the day of, before he kidnaps Athena. You have him afterwards when he uncovers that camera and driving around and cleaning out the vehicle and making phone calls, telling his boss that he threw up in the delivery van, and telling his boss that he needs to keep that same truck. Then you have him driving around the next day, delivering packages, some of which he had not delivered the day before.
Right, he was kind of busy.
He's busy, yeah. It's just, and then obviously that road is closed, and so he's beep, beep, beep.
That in and of itself is awful. The way he's, wow, I can't believe the delay here. You know, it's just awful. But you ask if you know, where does this rank in cases? But I think every time a child is kidnapped, and now we know from yesterday, confirmed, sexually assaulted and murdered, it's going to be like this. This is what they're all like. We just don't know it because it's not preserved.
because you don't have this level of
Yeah.
evidence.
But I mean, there is not a fact pattern like that that isn't horrific. They all are.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's been this trial, and I've told others this, I've been pretty, upfront about it, has been during the first 2 weeks of this trial. Every day I would leave and, just feel like almost like the evil was piercing my soul. Right. And I would say to myself, I'd call, a friend and say, it can't get any worse. And then the next day I'd come in and it would get worse. And it went on like that day after day after day for the first 2 weeks of the trial.
And that has to be what the jurors are. The jurors presumably don't know anything about the case.
Outside of what they've heard in that courtroom.
Right. And, probably a passing, knowledge from the newspaper from 2022. That would be hard to miss. But, they don't know what's coming either. And can you imagine going home after hearing a day of this testimony?
No. And you can't talk about it.
Right.
To anybody.
Presumably.
Well, yeah,
supposedly.
if you get found out that you did, that's a problem.
Right.
So that's part of the issue. Somebody's asking, has sexual assault been confirmed? As far as I'm concerned, it has been because of the testimony from Dr. Ryan. Dr. Ryan testified yesterday that he told her he was trying to commit a sexual act with Athena Strand.
And the DNA evidence and other things made it circumstantial, but his own self-reporting to the doctor confirmed it. So yeah, it's been proven to my satisfaction.
Yeah, for me too. I mean, his male DNA on a vaginal swab, which he cannot be excluded from. As far as I'm concerned, that was enough right there.
Right.
That's pretty solid circumstantial evidence right there.
Sure. People think circumstantial evidence is a lawyer for a week. Not necessarily. I mean, it's not eyewitness, but yeah, like you said, it's a very, very strong circumstantial evidence, and it's just been confirmed.
Yeah. Would you, and I've asked every single lawyer that I've had on here. First of all, would you have pled if you were representing him? Would you have pled him guilty?
Sure.
You would have.
Just again to try and grab that tiny bit of credibility with the jury, as in, hey, we're not the ones that are wasting our time here. We want to get right to the real issue.
Let's get down to business.
Right.
Because you're going to find him guilty anyway. So let's
Sure.
just not even belabor this.
Right.
Because he's, even if you didn't have audio and video, he has confessed 16 ways to Sunday. Now, mind you wanted to claim zero did it, but whatever.
Yeah, no one's gonna buy that.
No.
And apparently no doctor bought it either, or we would have heard from them.
No, nobody diagnosed him as having multiple personality disorder. I don't even know if that's really a real
I
thing.
was just gonna say, is that even a thing anymore?
Mike Howard and he was here on day 2 and was saying that that's completely bogus. That's like some old TV movie stuff now.
I was just gonna say.
I mean, I'm not.
Exactly.
I am not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist, but it sounds pretty bogus to me.
Yeah.
And because he couldn't even maintain it, right? He would lapse. He would do that persona. It seemed conveniently.
Well, and then of course, once he realized it wasn't getting any traction, it stops and it's on to a different tactic.
Exactly. All right, we're going to bring Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, who is at the courthouse. Rebecca, you were at these hearings this morning. Can you talk to us about what we can expect today?
Yeah, Tanya, we're going to hear from 2 more defense experts. And this morning we heard what they're going to testify to. One of them is an expert on autism that actually did interview Tanner Horner and spent a little bit of time with him. And he is going to say that Tanner Horner is on the autism spectrum. Level 1. But he also says that he was asked to look and evaluate him for PTSD. He says he does not believe that Tanner Horner has PTSD, which contradicts the testimony that we heard from Dr. Ryan yesterday, who says he's got 10 different disorders, including PTSD. So this doctor is going to say, no, he doesn't. They also are bringing in another autism expert who took a look at his records from the past. She did not actually evaluate him, but also says that he's autistic. And at one point, Tanner Horner, when he was 18, lost benefits because they believed that he was not autistic. So he lost his Social Security benefits and government benefits. She's going to say that she believed that when they tested him, 18, and he lost his benefits, that the person did not do his testing was proper. And then she's also going to say that he looked at his records while he's been here at the Tarrant County Jail and that he is not any disciplinary issues. But Tanya, it is important to remember that he is in solitary confinement, basically. He does not interact with the general population here at the county jail. He does with the bailiffs, but beyond that, he doesn't interact with people because he is in solitary confinement. He is not in the general population, which if he was, might be a different story.
Right, exactly. And you expect we're going to hear from Grandma today, too.
Yes, she is going to take the stand in the afternoon. It is going to take most of the afternoon because she has some health issues and short amounts of time. And so we'll probably see several breaks in the afternoon while we go through her testimony.
Okay. And Chris, would you keep putting on expert after expert after expert?
Well, I mean, it sounds like this latest one isn't going to do him any favors when they contradict the PTSD. So,
Do you just risk ticking the jury off more?
I mean, how can you? I mean, at this point, how can they be any more upset? You asked about would you have pleaded him guilty? How are they any more primed to dislike this guy? I don't think another doctor
Is going to help.
Right. I mean, it's not going to make him any madder. They can't be any madder.
All right, folks, we're going to let Rebecca go because we've got some sound starting to come from that courtroom. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Everyone may be seated. Good morning. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Good morning, Dr. Imhoff. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Eric Imhoff. I am HOF.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Imhoff, I'm going to show you what has already been admitted into evidence as defense exhibit number 90. Would you take a look at that, please?
Yes.
And what do you recognize defendant's exhibit number 92?
This is a current copy of my CV.
Now, Dr. Imhoff, tell the jury a little bit about your education and background.
Certainly. I earned a bachelor's in science with a specialty in psychology from James Madison University in 1989. I proceeded directly from that institution to the Virginia Consortium program in professional psychology. They've since changed the name, I'm sorry. The Virginia Consortium program in clinical psychology. And earned a doctorate in clinical psychology from that institution in 1996. It's actually a conglomerate of 4 universities: Old Dominion in Norfolk, the College of William and Mary in Williamsburg, Virginia, Norfolk State in Norfolk, and also Eastern Virginia Medical School.
And Dr. Imhoff, if you could do me a favor, you're a low talker. If you could use the microphone. Hold
My
it forward,
apologies,
so-
I'm sorry.
Oh, that's quite all right. What is your profession?
I am a forensic psychologist.
What does a forensic psychologist do?
We practice in the area where psychology and mental health issues intersect with the legal system, the criminal justice system. Our role is to help educate the court regarding mental health issues.
Does that mean that you're a licensed psychologist?
Yes.
Okay. Where are you currently licensed?
Currently, I'm licensed in my home state of Florida. I also retain my license from Virginia. I'm also licensed in Alabama, as well as Connecticut. And I hold a temporary license here in Texas that was issued in September of last year. It's good for 1 year.
In addition to doing forensic work, do you do any clinical work?
No, I only do evaluations.
How long have you been a practicing psychologist?
I actually began practicing prior to earning my degree. I started in 1993. I worked in a very large residential juvenile treatment center in Portsmouth, Virginia.
Tell the jury a little bit about your career. What have you been doing over the years since you graduated?
Well, so I worked in that institution until I took actually a different position with the parent company. I was employed by the Pines Residential Treatment Center, which was owned by First Hospital Corporation. They then instituted a program where they wanted to do research and outcomes and study kind of the interventions we were doing with our youth to see what was more beneficial, what was more helpful. I took that position in, it's about 96, 97. I maintained that position until 99 when I decided to take a position as the program director of the Department of Juvenile Justice Level 8 secure facility in Pembroke Pines, Florida, which is what then brought me to Florida. I worked for that institution, unfortunately, for a very short period of time. New management came in, they just restructured things. they put me into a position of director of research and outcomes for their company, which I didn't really want to do. And in June of 2000, I started my own practice. And I've been doing that ever since and done different work in that practice.
Dr. Imhoff, are you a member of some professional organizations?
Yes.
Are those reflected in your resume that has been admitted as Defense Exhibit number 90?
Yes.
In looking at your resume, do you have any corrections that you need to make?
The only mistake I noticed this morning was I'm a member of a professional organization known as the Association for the Prevention and Treatment of Sexual Abuse, or ATSA. I am also a member of the state chapter of that organization, of which I was a board member. And I've been a board member for a very long time, but I stopped being a board member in 2000, and that's not accurately reflected in my CV.
That organization that you were speaking of, were you president of that organization?
Yes, on 2 occasions.
And for how many years?
The first time I was president was for 3 years. The second time was for 5 years.
Dr. Imhoff, have you ever been published?
Yes.
How many times have you been published?
Outside of work that I did as a graduate student for professors and got published that way, the only other publication I have was a book chapter related to assessing internet child pornography offenders.
Is your practice more evaluation and less research?
I do no research.
Have you ever presented to professionals at conferences on the topic of autism?
Yes.
Have you ever trained any non-mental health professionals on topics related to autism?
Yes.
How often would you say you speak?
Maybe once every other month or 3 or 4 times a year. And we train attorneys to understand autism. We train public defenders, federal public defenders. We train prosecutors. We train. We've done some trainings with the Sexually Violent Predator Program in Florida. We've trained probation officers at the federal level, and we also train at the state level probation officers just to understand autism and the issues that may come up during their work with them.
So it sounds like you train people from all facets of the criminal justice system.
Yes.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes.
Both criminal and both civil and criminal?
No, mostly criminal.
Have you testified in both state and federal courts?
Yes.
And have you testified for both the state or for prosecutors and defense?
Yes.
What's that ratio? I mean, how often do you testify for the state versus the defense and vice versa?
I honestly don't keep track of that information, but I would estimate roughly about 50-50.
Whoever reaches out to you?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Imhoff, are you being paid for your time in this case?
Yes.
How much is your hourly rate?
My hourly rate is $450 an hour.
Do you have a partner that you will work with on cases such as this?
Yes.
Do you and your partner offer a rate that if you both work together?
Yes, we often work as a team, take a team approach to our evaluations. So Dr. Spence has her rate, I have my rate. When we work together, we give kind of a discounted rate, which is about $600.
Do you know about how many hours you put into this case?
I don't have an actual calculation of the hours. We did come do an evaluation, so we traveled one day, we were here on the ground 3 days. We traveled back another day. We did write a report in this case. My rough guess, probably I spent 15 hours working on that report. Obviously, our prep time and our travel here and our time here is being billed as well.
And Dr. Imhoff, you mentioned a report. May I put your own?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to hand you what is already number 91. Is this the report that was prepared for this case?
Yes.
Dr. Imhoff, what were you asked to do in this case?
We were asked to confirm a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder.
How do you do that? I mean, give a brief overview on your methodology and when conducting an evaluation such as this.
Well, usually we start by reviewing records. We're looking for any indication of behaviors related to autism, prior diagnosis, mental health treatment, that type of thing. So we ask for all the records available in Discovery. We will then proceed to meet with the client. We will do an interview, collect our own information. Typically interviews are just more social history in these cases, looking at things like where did they grow up, a little bit about their family, school history, how they got along with people, work history, mental health treatment history, obviously, alcohol and drug use, if any. We will also do a mental status exam, which is really, for lack of a better description, like a mental health checkup. We kind of go through all the diagnostic categories and see if that person's ever had any problems with any of those mental health issues in their lifetime. Then we will also do testing, which helps us confirm the diagnosis.
Dr. Imhoff, I noticed on your report that you weren't the sole author of the report. Who else contributed to that report?
Dr. Spence, partner in my practice.
Why would you only write one report? Why not have your own reports for each of you?
Well, essentially, as I described, we work as a team approach, and we take the information. Dr. Spence has skill sets, I have skill sets. We kind of combine the skill sets and produce just one product.
You talked about reviewing records. Were you provided records in this particular case?
Yes,
Is the list of those records contained in the report that you prepared?
they would be in the appendix of the Dr. Bell report, yes.
Now, generally speaking, well, let me back up. Where did you get the records? Who provided those?
They would come from your office.
In the records that we provided to you, did that also contain discovery that was provided by the state of Texas?
Yes,
Did you receive and review reports from other experts in this case?
yes,
And everything that you reviewed is in the report?
yes.
Okay. Did you watch the video of the abduction?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that something that was relevant to what you did in this particular case?
We watched videos really looking for expressions of autism, symptoms of autism that may have come out during that presentation. It's often very helpful for us to see video of someone before we actually go meet with them to determine whether or not there's enough there to go forward with a full evaluation.
Based upon what you saw, did you feel there was enough to go forward with a full evaluation?
Yes, from what we saw on the records and what we saw in the videos, yes.
You spoke earlier about doing clinical assessments. In doing a clinical assessment, do you rely solely upon the records provided to you?
No.
What else is involved?
As I mentioned previously, we do an interview with the individual. We will also do testing. We also do collateral interviews. Very helpful for us to have other people's perspectives about the individual.
Why is it important to have someone else's perspective?
Because we want to corroborate information. We want to corroborate things that they tell us. And historically, there may also be things, particularly with autism, that individual doesn't know that are critical for the diagnosis. So really, one of the things we have to determine is there, developmental problems or delays early in life. So 1, 2, 3 years old. Obviously, the person we're interviewing will be able to tell us that information. So those collateral sources, primary caregivers, those types of folks can provide that information to us.
Is it possible to do a comprehensive evaluation without speaking to collateral witnesses?
Not in my opinion, not in a case like this for autism.
You said that you meet with the individual. How many times did you meet with Tanner?
We met with him on 2 occasions.
Do you know for about how long you met with Tanner?
The total duration was about 9.25 hours. We met with him across 2 days. I think the first day much longer. I think the second day we met with him maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Well, Dr. Imhoff, you said that you reviewed all of these records, that you spoke with Tanner, that you spoke with collateral witnesses. What is the goal of all of that? I mean, why is it important to review everything like that?
We are really just trying to get as much information as we can to support diagnoses, whether it's an autism diagnosis or some other mental health diagnoses. And we just take all that information in, and that helps us support a diagnosis.
Can that information also help you to rule out a diagnosis?
Yes.
How important is it to be able to rule out a diagnosis?
Well, I mean, obviously, many presentations can appear the same. So we want to make sure that we have the information that's going to kind of help us understand which one it is. So we want to rule out diagnoses for that purpose.
I want to focus a little bit on the testing that you did in this case. And again, are the tests that you performed listed in the report that you provided?
Yes, ma'am.
The testing that you did, was that related specifically to diagnosing autism?
Yes.
Are there tests that are related to diagnosing autism that are considered to be the gold standard of autism testing?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
Predominantly ADOS, the Autism Diagnostic Observation Schedule, now in its second revision. There's another tool, let me back up. The ADOS is a tool that's actually administered to the individual that we're assessing. There's another tool that we use called the ADIR, the Autism Diagnostic Interview Revised. This is a semi-structured interview that's done with a primary caregiver, because that's one of the tools that kind of helps us go back and look at early developmental criteria and symptoms and expressions of autism. So those two kind of combined together are considered to be the gold standard in our field.
And Dr. Imhoff, did the results of the ADIR and the ADOS reveal anything significant to you?
Yes.
And what is that?
Tanner would, on both tools, met the clinical cut score for diagnosis of autism.
What do you mean clinical cut score?
So we're collecting a lot of information, and then we go through and code that information in certain areas. So we're looking at things like social and emotional reciprocity, which is part of autism. We're looking at communication difficulties, which is another component of autism. And then we're looking at repetitive and restricted interests and behaviors, which is another kind of common presentation of autism. So we go through and we're looking for all these things during the interviews. We're looking for all these things during the interviews of the collateral witnesses. And then we go through and we code them. And you have to have so many, so many of the items to reach a clinical cut score, clinical diagnosis, so to speak.
In addition to doing the ADIR and the ADOS, are there any other tests that you perform that can confirm the results of those previous tests?
One of the things that we prefer to do is use a tool called the SRS-2, or the Social Responsiveness Scale. This is a tool that looks at social awareness, so being able to go into a room, pick up on nonverbal cues, kind of the buzz in the room, understand, read the room. Comprehension, so being able to take that information, process it, and then response. So once I have that information, how do I then respond to people in the room? How do I communicate with them? There's also a scale on there for social motivation, as well as restricted and repetitive interests and behaviors. And it's a tool that's highly correlated with diagnoses of autism. So we use that in addition to kind of support the diagnosis.
I noted in your report that you have given something called ADAS.
Yes.
What is that?
So the ABAS is the Adaptive Behavior Assessment System, now in its third revision. The ABAS is a tool that looks at functionality. So it's one thing to have a diagnosis, but everybody's different. And that's the really important thing to understand. So everybody with autism is not the same. They have impairments, or they have strengths in certain areas. They have weaknesses in certain areas. So the ABAS kind of helps us pull that out. So it's really a measure of functionality. It looks at things like, social motivation, social engagement. It looks at just kind of practical skills, like being able to use functional academics, like balance a checkbook, use math. It looks at things like work and ability to work and hold down a job, those types of things. So we use that to kind of help us understand where the deficits may lie.
Dr. Imhoff, so the ADIR and the ADOS are tools to diagnose autism. The SRS confirms the diagnosis, and then the ADAS talks about how that diagnosis affects the subject.
Yes, in a nutshell, that's correct.
Based upon the results of the testing and the observations and the records that you reviewed, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, the Tanner Horner meet criteria for autism spectrum disorder as outlined by the DSM.
Yes.
Did you also evaluate Tanner for post-traumatic stress or any other symptoms related to traumatic events?
We do. Often, and just from our experience, from our training, we know that individuals on the spectrum often experience a lot of trauma in their lives, just because people on the spectrum present different. So often in school, obviously, kids don't like other kids who are different, so they tend to tease, pick on, and bully them, which is a type of trauma. But also in the records, there was multiple indications of traumatic events and trauma throughout Tanner's life. So we felt that important to capture as well. So we use a tool called the TSI, the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2. It was designed to measure PTSD, but it also provides very helpful information about trauma and the impact of that trauma on the individual. And specifically for our individuals on the spectrum, there's scales in there related to insecure attachments, impaired self-reference, so not having a good idea of sense of self, who one is, and how that often is taken advantage of by others. So we tend to look at that as well.
What did that test reveal to you about Tanner Horner?
What that test revealed was a lot of significant trauma in his life. He reported symptoms of flashbacks, nightmares, those types of things related to traumatic events in his life. He reported high levels of anxiety on that tool as well. Not just anxiety, but also hypervigilance, which is always kind of being on guard and being very vigilant of your surroundings. But also depression. There's also another area that he elevated, anger and frustration, which is common among individuals with autism. And also, in dealing with high levels of anxiety and the difficulties that Tanner dealt with, how he would deal with those. So there's different ways people deal with stress and trauma. One way is to kind of just, I'm not going to think about dissociation. There's, another form of dissociation, which is kind of checking out, just kind of zoning out and checking out, spacing out, or tension-reducing behaviors, which can be directed towards the environment, can be directed towards oneself. So when people experience high levels of anxiety or stress, they tend to act out to reduce or relieve that tension and stress. And we can see this, in multiple ways throughout Tanner's life. A lot of suicide attempts, a lot of self-harm, and those types of things.
And Dr. Emhoff, with regards to the TSI, are there any validity scales associated with that test?
Yes, there are.
What is the validity scale?
So there's one called the ATR, atypical response, and one called RL, which is response level. So what these scales do is they look at over-reporting or under-reporting. So someone who wants to over-report, look particularly mentally ill or having particularly high levels of PTSD or stress or anxiety. And then there's other individuals who just want to kind of pretend there's not problems, kind of minimize their problems. So under-reporting, as we call it. Tanner produced within normal limits profiles on both of them. So he wasn't over or under-reporting. He was just being open, honest, and candid in his reporting.
So based upon the TSI and the validity scale, was there any indication of malingering?
No, not on that tool.
On any of the tools that you had given him, was there any indication of malingering?
The other tools really don't have validity scales built into them.
Based upon your interview and review of the records and the evaluation of Tanner, did you arrive at any formal diagnoses other than the autism spectrum disorder that you mentioned earlier?
I also diagnosed Tanner with bipolar 1 disorder. Most recent episode, depressed. I think medications have been helpful in stabilizing his mood somewhat by his report. So that's indicated in the diagnosis as well. And I also diagnosed him with generalized anxiety disorder. It's really based on everything that we saw in the records, behaviors that we observed in him, and the results of the testing.
And lastly, Dr. Emhoff, based upon the records, the 9 hours that you spent with Tanner and the review of all of the evidence in the case and the interviews with the collateral witnesses, were you able to determine if Tanner met the criteria for antisocial personality disorder as set forth in the DSM?
I did not diagnose him with antisocial personality disorder. No.
Why not?
He didn't meet the criteria.
I'll pass it to Sean.
Cross-examination. Dr. Martin, let me ask you a couple of questions. You note on the first page of your report that he was provided with some documents that he signed before he was interviewed by your team. Is that okay if I call it your team? That'll be you and Dr. Spence? Is that
Yeah,
okay?
absolutely.
Okay. You use the word teamwork. So
It is a team approach. Yes.
all right, I'm going to do that. You said he reviewed some documents and signed some things before you interviewed him. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And at any point, did he have any problem understanding what you were explaining to him about those particular documents and what he was signing?
No.
And so you felt comfortable with regard to, for example, his intelligence, his ability to understand things at that point to be able to go ahead and interview.
Yes, he has an average IQ.
All right. But he didn't have any dramatic problems understanding the forms and warnings and all the stuff that you gave.
No, we explained it to him in great detail.
All right. And during the interview, I think that you guys took notes during the interview, right? And I think we've been given a copy of your notes. I'm going to ask you about that in a second. Let's talk just a little bit here. I want to clarify this. It seems to me you've got about, 30, 40 hours into this case. Is that right?
I would say that's probably fair, maybe an underestimate.
Okay. So 50?
I haven't added it up. I'm sorry. I don't know.
Well, if we said 40, you would say that's an underrepresentation.
Possibly. I mean, there was obviously time spent preparing for testimony, travel here, time here. So,
Of course. All right. Now, some of the things I wanted to ask you about is that I got what appears, and I'm going to show this to you. I have 3 sets of notes here. Is that your understanding that there were 3 sets of notes that were provided?
I only have 1 set of notes. I don't know what Dr. Spence would have provided.
Okay. Do you mind if I show you what was provided? Can you tell me which ones are yours and which ones are
Sure.
Dr.
Mine are going to be the ones with interview notes written across it.
This is you? Where it says interview notes?
Yes, that's mine.
So do you have any awareness of what Dr. Spence put in her notes, or do I need to ask her about that?
I didn't read her notes. No.
Okay. No. We'll stick to yours that has the watermark on it. All right, certainly. So during this process, these tests that you give, and they have a lot of acronyms or abbreviations on them. I'm not going to get into that. But were any of these tests that were done, that were things that were self-reported by Mr. Horner?
So the ADOS would be self-report. We're asking him questions. We're engaging him in a different number of activities. But a lot of that is also we're observing him and what he's doing and how he's interacting with us. The SRS would have been self-report by him, and the ADAS would have been self-report by him, as well as the TSI.
Okay. So those 4 tests, you're relying, at least in some part, on the accuracy and the truthfulness of what he's telling you. Is that right?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that his truthfulness is important in answering those questions for you to make a reliable diagnosis. Is that right? Right. I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes.
we're talking over each other a little bit, I'm sorry.
It's helpful, but we also had, collateral information. We also had records which corroborated a lot of what he said. So.
Of course. But again, like anything else, it's a multi-part approach, right?
Yes, we're looking at the issue from several different angles and sources of information, if you will.
Right. And so when you're talking about that and you're taking notes, you said that you watched the video in this case. Is that right? How many videos did you watch in this case?
There, I believe, were 2 interrogation videos with law enforcement, and the one which has been referred to as the abduction video.
Okay. And you felt that that was relevant to your assessment in this case?
Yes.
Okay. So just give me the highlights here. You watched all these videos. What do you think is displaying Mr. Horner's autism in these videos?
So one of the reasons we watched the interrogation videos is it had to do with this reference to zero and the possibility of multiple personality disorders. And I was interested in seeing his presentation at those times. There were some indications in the abduction video of levels of anxiety, increase in anxiety, difficulties with change. Individuals on the spectrum have a lot of difficulty with changes in routines and those kinds of things. There was what appeared to be, to me, stimming behavior, which stimming behavior, when people on the spectrum get anxious, they engage in some kind of repetitive motor activity. Most people, when I talk about autism, think about the hand flapping, which is, kind of classic, but there's also other stimming behavior, like, some of our individuals we work with will touch their fingers to their fingertips, or they'll wring their hands in certain ways, or they'll arch their back. So these are all kind of different stimming behaviors.
Right. And you said you observed some anxiety.
It appeared that he was very anxious in parts of the video that we watched.
You'd agree with me, if you just kidnapped a child, you'd probably be a little anxious, wouldn't you?
Well, that was actually prior to the abduction portion.
Okay. Did you talk to him about what he was doing in those videos? Did you have any discussion with him?
We did not talk to him about facts of the case.
Okay. But you watched the audio and you made some assessments from it, but you didn't talk to him about it.
Videos, no.
You didn't feel like that was important as part of what you were doing here?
Well,
talk to him about it?
Actually, we did talk to him a little bit about zero, the alternate identity. I did ask him some questions about that.
Ultimately, you concluded zero's not a multiple personality at all.
In my opinion, he would not qualify for multiple personalities.
Right. And so as part of this, you also said, I want to get this right here. You asked him about his substance abuse?
Yes, sir.
I think you have kind of a litany of questions that you ask him about his substance abuse. I think it's like hallucinogens, marijuana, cocaine, crack, things like that, right?
Yeah, different categories of substances, yes.
And do you remember what his responses were to you and what you put in your report on those particular questions?
Well, off the top of my head, I'm
I'm going to interrupt you. Let's do this. Let me just take you right to that part of your report, and that way we don't have to do it off top. You go to page 9 of your report, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. And I'm just gonna pick it out here a little bit, just kind of yes and no a little bit here. I just want to make sure I'm correct here.
Sure.
It says that he used powdered cocaine at the age of 30, and his consumption was once per month and 2 times per month. Is that accurate?
Yeah, he said it varied between once per month or twice per month.
He didn't tell you he was using any cocaine on the day of the offense?
We didn't ask him about the day of the offense.
He didn't tell you he was using any on the day of the offense?
He didn't offer that information.
And then the second part of that, it's got, I would characterize that as psychedelics, LSD, acid, things like that. Is that the second part of that?
Psychedelic mushrooms, LSD, yes.
Okay,
Ecstasy,
and he says that sporadically.
Yes.
And then it says, deny the use of crack and so on and so forth. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, on these tests, Doctor, we talked a little bit about, you said 4 of the tests that you gave at least required some portion of answers and reporting by Mr. Horner himself.
Yes, 4 of them, yes.
And I don't think you only gave, 5 or 6 tests total?
Given to Mr. Horner?
Yeah.
So he would have received the ADOS, the SRS, the ABAS, and the TSM.
So all 4 of the tests that you gave him required some information for you to complete the test directly from Mr. Horner.
Yes. I don't know that I classify it that way. Some are just self-report forms where he fills them out himself.
Okay, so
It wasn't interactive.
let me just make this a general thing. You have to get some things from him.
Yes.
Okay. And In this case, sir, you're aware that, from reading all this stuff, that Mr. Horner has had a pretty serious propensity for telling falsehoods and making up different stories. You're aware of that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization.
Just going to rephrase your question. Are you aware that Mr. Horner has told untruth with regard to the facts of this case?
I'm aware that Mr. Tanner has told different stories to different people.
And were you aware of that coming in before you did these tests where he required him to have self-report?
Think about that for a moment. I would believe so. I don't recall specifically.
Okay.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
Well, you reviewed an extensive amount of records according to your affidavit, is that right?
Yes.
And you reviewed the other expert reports in this case, did you not?
Yes, those would have come after we saw him.
Right. And so you're aware that at least as to his initial story in this case as to what he did, that's untrue.
I am aware that there have been multiple stories in reference to what actually transpired by him.
So knowing that, going into that, how can you place any faith on what he's telling you is accurate and true if you know coming in he's not been truthful in the past?
Well, as I mentioned previously, one of the tools that we use has validity scales in it. So it looks for over-reporting, under-reporting, that type of thing. We also had corroborating information. That's why we did collateral interviews with other individuals. We had school records. We had records from mental health treatment facilities. So through that, we were able to identify consistent information.
But things like things that he reported to you about his feelings, things that he reported to you about how he relates to other people, things of that nature, that would come solely from Mr. Horner, correct?
From his perspective, yes, but also, as part of the ADIR, we are asking primary caregivers, how did he relate to other children his age? Did he play with them? Did he seem to get along with them? Did he seem to understand rules of the games, follow the rules of the games, all those types of things that engage social interaction. We also, there's questions in there about, is he able to describe his feelings to you? Did he seem to have one expression all the time for one, just one expression all the time, or was his expression varied depending on the situation? So there's a lot of corroborating information.
I guess what I'm getting at, Doctor, you're telling us you believe what he was saying.
I believe that the tests are valid, yes, because actually two of the tests, the SRS and the ABAS, were also completed by his maternal grandmother with very similar scores.
And I'm going to ask you this the last thing. So your notes in here have the watermark on it.
Yes, sir.
And I just want to clarify this with you. Dr. Spence's notes are the ones that they look like that. They just have the print on them and no watermark.
Yes, my notes would have the watermark. You'll have to confirm with Dr. Spence. Those are
Well, let me ask you this. There were only two people involved in providing notes in this
I would
case.
assume they're Dr. Spence.
I would,
I can't really see them. I'm sorry.
that's okay. If we got two, perfect deal. If we got two and yours had the watermark on them,
Mine
you
would
would
be-
agree with me.
I'm sorry. Mine would be the one with the watermark. Yes,
And Dr. Spence as well.
I would assume not.
That's a witness.
Redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Imhoff, you reviewed a lot of records in this case.
Yes.
Did the school records that were provided to you, prepared by providers at the school, corroborate your findings on these tests?
Yes. I mean, there were diagnoses of autism in those records. There were descriptions of behavior consistent with autism in those records. Absolutely.
So the records that you reviewed dating back 20, 25 years, were there any inconsistencies with that diagnosis?
I'm
All
not
right,
sure I
let me
understand.
rephrase that. You looked at records that go back 20, 25 years. Was the diagnosis consistent?
Yes.
The prosecutor asked you not, you felt Tanner understood the documents that he was signing. Were you testing for intellectual disability?
No, we didn't do any testing for intellectual disability.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Staten. Nothing further on.
May Dr. Imhoff be excused.
No objections.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You can stay. If you'd like to sit in, you're welcome to stay.
Okay, thank you.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Uh-huh. Okay.
morning, how are you doing?
Morning.
If you'll go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury.
Hi, I'm Kim Sense.
And you're also very soft-spoken, if you can pull the microphone up to you just a little bit, that would be.
I'll do my best. Is that better?
Dr. Spence, I'm going to hand you what has already been offered into evidence as defendant's exhibit number 92. If you'll just take a gander at that for a moment. And what do you recognize defendant's exhibit number 92 to be?
That's my curriculum vitae.
And what is a curriculum vitae?
A curriculum vitae includes the job that you do, the jobs you've previously done. It includes your schooling. It includes any committees that you're on. It includes your experience. And in my case, I do a lot of training. So it lists all the trainings that I provide on a regular basis.
And Dr. Spence, what do you do for a living?
So currently, I'm the clinical director of autism support services for Specialized Treatment and Assessment Resources, which is a private forensic practice. I've been in that capacity for about 8 years. Prior to that, I worked for the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities at the University of Central Florida. And I do still work for them part-time, but in the 20 years that I worked for this center full-time, I worked with people with autism from birth to death. I worked directly with families. I provided training. I trained law enforcement on how to recognize autism. And prior to that, I was a teacher.
Tell the jury about your educational background.
My undergraduate degree is in secondary English language arts, so I was an English teacher. I then went back to school and I earned a master's degree in special education in Florida. It's called Varying Exceptionalities. And then I went back to pursue my PhD, which is in personnel prep with a specialized focus on autism and preparing educators, psychologists, or professionals on how to transition students out of school at any level into the community.
You had mentioned a specialized treatment assessment resources. What do you do for, is that also known as STAR?
STAR.
What do you do for STAR?
So I, with my partner who testified earlier, we conduct assessments. We do those sometimes together. I also do work on my own, which would be consulting for a variety of people, which could be public defenders, could be prosecutors, could be the court. I do a lot of education for the court. And I do a lot of training across the United States addressing autism, what it is. I do a lot of work with federal probation and parole, how to support individuals who come into contact with law enforcement and to support those who may be rendering them supports and or monitoring them in the community.
And Dr. Spence, you also mentioned the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities. What is that?
In the state of Florida, the Centers for Autism and Related Disabilities are technical assistance centers. They are state funded. There are 9 centers across the state, and they work primarily in concert with communities in wide areas, depending on where you are. And they provide training. They work directly with families. Again, people who from birth to death who have autism. They do a lot of training. Primarily, that's what I do in my part-time capacity. I train law enforcement. And they also do public-based work. So this would be community-based events. So to bring people together in communities who have autism, or if there's awareness that may be needed or necessary to support an individual.
Now, Dr. Spence, do you hold any faculty positions anywhere?
I'm currently, I've been an adjunct instructor at the University of Central Florida for about 20 years. I taught in both the College of Education and in the Communication and Sciences, which is essentially the college that supports speech and language pathologists and occupational therapists.
Have you been published?
Yes, I have.
And typically when you write articles and book chapters and whatnot, what is your area of focus?
Most of my publications have to do with transitioning individuals, so helping individuals transition from high school into adult life who have autism, the individual, and seeking community-based resources, and the best way to do that.
Have you ever been on the editorial review board of any publication?
Yes, I spent 17 years as on the review board for the Journal of Vocational Rehabilitation, which is a peer-reviewed journal in the field of special education and working with individuals who have disabilities who are seeking employment. And for the last 10 years, I've been on the consultative editorial board for the Journal of Intellectual Disabilities, which is both our peer-reviewed journals in the field, supporting primarily individuals with developmental disabilities.
And Dr. Spence, are all of your publications listed in your CV that has been offered as defendant's exhibit?
They are.
Throughout your career, how long would you say that you have been working with people diagnosed with autism spectrum disorders?
Since 1993. I started my career teaching in a psychiatric facility, and I went on from there to become a public school teacher. I taught both regular ed and special ed. And in 1999, I went to work for the Center for Autism and Related Disabilities.
Have you ever testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
In both state and federal?
Yes.
For both the defense and prosecution?
Yes.
About how many times do you testify for each side? What's the ratio there?
I don't keep track. I'd say probably 60% defense and 40% prosecution.
And Dr. Spence, are you being paid for your work in this case?
Yes.
What were you asked to do for the defense in this case?
In this case, we were asked to, I was asked specifically to review educational records, social security records, and historical records for Mr. Horner. And my partner and I were asked to render an autism spectrum disorders evaluation.
Give the jury just a brief overview of your methodology when conducting an evaluation such as this.
So as my partner testified, in general, we receive records. We receive records for a variety of reasons. We want to see if the person has any other diagnoses, if they have other mental health conditions that may affect how we're looking at them or what we're using to test them. We also do collateral witness interviews. So that's with family members, that's with educational staff. So the records, those, and then individual testing, that's considered appropriate and or best practice for that client based on what we're looking for.
Dr. Spence, were you in the courtroom when Dr. Imhoff testified?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear him talk about all of the records that y'all had received and reviewed?
Yes, I did.
Did you receive and review the same records?
I did.
Were you present during the testing that Dr. Imhoff conducted?
Yes, I was.
Were you an active participant in the testing or were you just an observer?
I was an active participant in the testing.
Now, have you reviewed the results of the testing that you and Dr. Imhoff have, that y'all administered?
Yes.
Do you believe that, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that Tanner Horner meets the criteria for autism spectrum disorder?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about autism, okay? Are there different levels of autism?
Yes.
And what are those levels?
So currently, according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Health Disorders, so the DSM-5, which I'm sure you've heard quite a bit about during these proceedings, there's under autism spectrum disorders, there's discernment for level 1, level 2, and level 3. And so essentially what this is differentiating are the types of supports that the individual needs. So as a diagnostician, you're looking at criteria. Do they meet the criteria of being autistic or having autism? Dr. Imhoff talked about rising to the clinical level on the test based on observation, based on historical data. The level 1, level 2, and level 3 is a reference to how many supports that individual needs to communicate with others, to socialize with others. Some clients have very significant, what are referred to as restricted and repetitive patterns of behaviors, meaning they get overly focused on something. So how much support do they need to maybe move away from that or to not be perseverative about it? And so when you're doing the evaluation, we make a discrimination. Is this person only needing communicative support, or are they only needing a little social and communicative support? So that would be a level 1, or are we looking at somebody, level 3 would be probably nonverbal, needing significant supports to function in the community, either traversing the community or getting assistance.
Is level 1 autism still autism?
Yes, absolutely.
And when you have these people who are on level 1, do they still have deficits?
Yeah, absolutely. So by definition, you have autism with each of these levels. So meeting the criteria means you definitively, there are certain things you have to have. So under criterion A, problems with reciprocity, problems not understanding nonverbal social cues, difficulty with relationships and friendships. And then under criterion B, there's a variety of things. So you have all those things. But the way that it looks in somebody who has level 1 and the way that it looks in somebody that has level 3, it looks different. And so I think about this like looking at Swiss cheese, let's say, okay? I have 2 blocks of Swiss cheese, but the holes are different, okay? They're the same, but the holes are different. So the way they're going to experience things, the levels of help that they need is going to be different.
And Dr. Spence, one of our other witnesses had said that there's a saying in autism circles that if you've met an autistic person, you've met an autistic person.
So that's a quote that's attributed to Dr. Stephen Shore, who is a person with autism. And yes, it's very true in that I've worked with thousands of people that have autism, that they each have a unique presentation.
So do all people with autism, do they all share common characteristics?
Yeah, by virtue of having the diagnosis, again, we would expect to see difficulty with reciprocity, problems with not understanding, not picking up on nonverbal social cues, difficulty on the whole in relationships, and then we see rigidity, need for sameness, structure, wanting to be scheduled, and then, as I mentioned, sometimes overfixation or repetitive behavior that's surrounding an object or an item.
Now, during your evaluation of Tanner, did you observe any of those symptoms that you just related, the rigidity, the need for structure, things of that nature?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I remember during the first day, Mr. Horner, based on the records, likes structure, likes to know what's going to happen, and likes a routine. And so during the evaluation, he became very focused on when his medication was going to come, and to the point where I finally got up and went and asked one of the guards because it didn't come at a certain time, and he reported to us it really bothered him when the meds did not come at a certain time. Though he knew they were coming, again, this would be kind of a common symptom that we see.
I want to get back to some of the common issues or some of the symptoms that we deal with in persons with autism. You had talked about getting services and about transitioning from high school to adulthood. How important is it to assist a student with autism transitioning to adulthood?
It's critically important.
Why is that?
If an individual who's exiting school, finishing high school, is not properly prepared, they often end up not working. They often end up not going on for additional education if they've not been adequately prepared to transition out of high school. And if, depending on the kinds of, most of my clients and many people that have autism have co-occurring conditions. The two most common are depression and anxiety. So those also need to be supported. So depending on the way the client's presenting, you need to think about how able they are to live on their own, how able they are to secure medications, how able they are to secure employment. And there needs to be a good solid plan for that, supports for that. And for many of my clients, they need support well into adulthood to be successful.
You mentioned co-occurring and comorbidities. Anxiety and depression, how does that affect how does all that work together? The autism, the anxiety, the depression?
Can you be more specific in your question?
I'll try to ask a better one. You would talk about comorbidities. I mean, what is that? And why is it important to understand?
So comorbidity means, so if you have a person and they have a diagnosis of autism, comorbidity means the depression is another standalone diagnosis, meaning that their symptoms rise to a clinical level of recognition. Same with anxiety. So independent of the autism, they also have these conditions. I think that's what you're
I think that's what I was trying to ask. Dr. Spence, is there a cure for autism?
No.
Is it a lifelong diagnosis?
Yes, it is.
What can we do to help transition students with autism into adulthood?
Well, there's a lot we can do. I mean, we look individually at the needs of the individuals, but for individuals who have complex behavioral histories, we look at applied behavioral analysis. For individuals who are having difficulty with depression, we want to make sure they're being adequately treated, if that be medication, if that be therapeutic intervention. So really individually looking at the client and what they need is critically important. And again, when we have an individual that has multiple things happening, most of my clients have multiple co-occurring conditions. ADHD, some have OCD, all of those need to be thought about in terms of what kinds of supports you need and how also to kind of maintain those. So once you move away from parental or caregiver managing that you're able to actually manage that. And that's very important.
Dr. Spence, based upon the records that you reviewed, were you able to determine whether or not Tanner received services during school?
Yes, he did.
And were these the type of things that let me back up. Were the services that he received in school the type of services that, might help him cope while in school?
Yes.
Are those the type of services that might help him, I guess, for lack of better words, navigate life as an adult?
I think some of the things that were being worked on, particularly with the in-home trainer, would be things that had they continued to be provided, would have been helpful during the transition period into adulthood.
Was there any indication that services were provided in any form or fashion after he graduated from high school?
Not that I saw.
So what happens if the training that he learned in high school isn't reinforced by the additional services after school?
For most people, it's quite unlikely that it will carry over or what we call generalized. So people with autism have a difficult time generalizing. So if I teach you a certain skill in a certain environment, they often have difficulty taking that skill and then applying it to a new environment. So if there had not been some either method, instruction, or targeted intervention that was going to continue to teach those skills that would be needed, it'd be very unlikely for somebody to maintain those on their own.
Dr. Spence, I want to shift your attention to the Social Security records that have been offered in evidence in this case. In order to receive a disability benefit, must you have a diagnosis?
For Social Security, yes, a qualifying diagnosis.
If you have a diagnosis, does that automatically mean that you are disabled?
By the measure of Social Security?
Yes.
So you have to have a qualifying diagnosis, and you, according to the agency, then there would be certain demarcations of behavioral output or symptoms you're experiencing, and determinations are made based on the either presence of significant symptoms or the lack thereof.
Did you review the social security records that were provided in this case?
Yes, I do.
And based upon the review of the records, were you able to determine if Tanner was receiving benefits as a juvenile?
Yes, I believe he began receiving SSI income at the age of 10. He was identified as a disabled child at 10.
And based upon your experience with helping other autistic juveniles obtain benefits, does the Social Security office, do they just hand it out, or do they need some sort of documentation?
Oh, they absolutely need documentation.
I want to jump forward to when Tanner was 18 and he went in for a disability determination decision. What does that mean? What is that?
Sure. So the Social Security Administration essentially has kind of two operating bodies. So you've got 18 and prior to 18, and then you've got 18 and older. So for children who are identified and diagnosed, it's, I don't want to say simple, but it's quite easy to get services, especially if there's a behavioral component or difficulty in multiple settings, which was certainly the case for Mr. Horner. Once a person turns 18, the criteria by which the Social Security Administration uses to measure how disabled you are changes. Okay? So as you get older, there's going to be decisions about how able you might be able to work. How able are you going to be able to live on your own? How able are you going to be able to function? So there's kind of two different ways that is looked at. And in that determination, usually you meet with an individual meets with an evaluator who does an interview, may do some testing, and then they will pass along their recommendations to the Social Security Administration, who then determines whether or not the individual meets the criteria to continue to receive Social Security income benefits.
Now, you said that the determination for a juvenile was a little more lax than as an adult. Even as a child, will you be required, or will that child be required to have a disabling diagnosis?
Yes.
Now, based upon your review of the records that were offered by the state, were Tanner's benefits terminated when he turned 18?
Yes.
And was that because he no longer met the criteria?
He no longer met the criteria according to the Social Security Administration's criteria.
So does that mean that Tanner no longer had autism?
No.
Did you review the evaluation that was done in that case?
Yes. By Dr. Please?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you think that was a good assessment for determining disability?
No, I do not.
Why not?
You had an 18-year-old male who was driven to the interview by his grandmother. You had a young man who had a history, a reported history, had been receiving for 7 years benefits based on that disabling condition, who reported that both of his parents were incarcerated. The interviewer described him as disheveled and not a good historian. And so really, in my opinion, what should have happened and what in most cases would happen would be you would then ask a collateral witness, you would ask a caregiver, and then they could have been afforded records from special education, which were readily available, his mental health records, which were readily available, or the recording of his paternal grandmother, who was taking care of him because neither of his parents were available to take care of him, how able he was to do things.
Dr. Spence, I want to move on to the records that you reviewed related to the offense in this case. Did you review the video of this incident?
Yes.
And did you talk to Tanner about the facts of the case?
No.
Why not?
We were asked to do an autism evaluation.
And do the facts of the case affect your opinion on whether he does or does not have autism?
No.
So was it relevant to what you were asked to do?
Reviewing all the materials?
Reviewing specifically the facts of the incident?
They're not necessary, but obviously if we're making sure that we're only looking at autism and there's nothing else for that reason.
Now, Tanner has multiple pervasive conditions. Now we're talking about autism, depression, anxiety, lead exposure, FASD,
Did y'all object at the meeting?
Go ahead, ask your question.
communications disorders, and structural brain abnormalities. So even though you didn't review the evidence related to the offense, and even though you didn't talk to Tanner about the facts of the case, can you opine on whether any of these conditions caused him to commit the offense on November the 30th of 2022.
No,
Is that what you're here to do?
no,
You're not here to say that autism caused him to do this?
absolutely not.
You're not here to say that fetal alcohol syndrome disorder caused him to do this?
No.
But my question is, is it possible that these conditions influenced his behavior on that day or the days leading up to that event?
Certainly.
And can these conditions influence his behavior after the event, after his arrest?
Yes.
And can these conditions influence his behavior going forward once he goes to prison?
Yes.
And lastly, Dr. Smith, I want to talk to you about Tanner. Now, based upon your 30 plus years in working with people with autism, do most of them know that they're a little different?
In my experience, yes, they do.
And based upon your interactions with Tanner, did he know that he was a little different?
Yes, he reported that to us.
Now, even though Tanner has had these conditions that we just talked about, has he been able to behave himself in jail?
That's been reported to us, yes.
You talked earlier about that people on the autism spectrum like structure and routine. Did you find that to be the case with Tanner?
Oh, definitely.
Why do you say that?
He reported the things that he does during the day, which is actually one of the questions that's asked during the ADOS. That he likes knowing what comes next. He likes knowing what the routine is. He likes knowing what to expect. He likes maintaining a schedule as much as he can.
Change happens. Did you hear of that?
Okay.
And change happens that is not within the control of, not within our own personal control. Can we control what other people do?
No.
Can we control what other organizations do? No. So it's been suggested that any change in routine will always result in a meltdown, which could devolve into violence. Has this been your experience in dealing with autistic clients for over the past 30 years?
No.
And based upon your evaluation and your interviews and your observations, how well has Tanner adjusted to life in jail?
By all accounts, he seems to be doing well.
Do you have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass it later, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Ma'am, you just answered a question about autistic people in general resulting in violence. Is that what your testimony is? They don't generally do that, do they? Autistic people.
I'm sorry,
They don't generally have a meltdown and resort to violence, do they?
The proportionate rate would be a low percentage, yes.
Right. When you were asked that question, I think is more of a question of, do they have a propensity for violence? You would agree that autistic people do not have a propensity for violence.
But some.
But you know, in this case, that this particular person you're saying is autistic did indeed resort to high order violence, correct?
Yeah.
And sexual assault.
Yeah.
And you listened to the audio.
I saw audio, I believe there's 4 or 5 tapes, so I saw just after she was abducted and the camera was covered, but I have read the entire transcript of the full audio.
Some of the questions, I'm not going to repeat questions that I asked Dr. Imhoff as far as truthfulness and trustworthiness, but you'll agree with me that you realized coming into this that Mr. Horner had not been truthful about many aspects of what happened in this case.
Yes.
Did you inquire about that or challenge him on those at any point?
We didn't ask him anything about the case.
You didn't ask him about his truthfulness or anything else in the case?
No.
But you were relying, at least at some portion, on what he was telling you to fill out this, make up this report, were you not?
Yes.
But you didn't really know what he was telling you then was true or false.
Well, we had additional information from collateral witnesses, from family members, and existing data to rely upon, which corroborated his answers to us.
So let me just ask you this. Do you have your notes in front of you? And man, your notes weren't titled, so I'm going to try to direct you to where I want to go.
You may have to show them, to me. I don't know if I brought my notes.
Okay.
I had them, there would have been 2 files, so mine were day 1, day 2.
I've got a little highlight on mine. So that can be
That's
okay. If I may. Absolutely. These should be your notes.
Yes,
Absent my highlighting and choose, right?
yeah, absent your addition.
Okay. So in the report here, your notes, this would be what Mr. Horner is telling you,
Mhm.
correct?
I'm capturing as much information as I can, yes.
So in your report, we just heard from Dr. Emhoff, and I'm just trying to clarify accuracy here. Mr. Horner reported cocaine 1 to 2 times.
Your
per
Honor,
month.
if council could direct me to where he is referring.
That's on page, you've got page numbers here, I'll show you the page.
Do you have a timestamp? There's timestamps on there. Which day is that?
Really dated or.
This one I think is from the 16th. Oh, no, that's the report one. This would be from the 16th,
The 16th?
yes,
of-
October. Because this is the 8th, this is in between the 8th also, yes.
So back to my question here, when you're talking on page 9 of your report here, just for an example, you talk about him using cocaine you asked him that, right? It says 1 to 2 times per month. But your notes here say he started using it daily. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And then this report says that he denied using crack cocaine, but you say, yes, he was using crack cocaine. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then with regard to hallucinogens, you say sporadically, correct? Or the report?
Yeah.
But yet, is that right? Sorry, on page 9. Is that right?
Yes,
Sporadically?
correct,
But yet your notes reflect lots of ecstasy and lots of acid. Is that right?
that's correct.
So those don't match, do they?
They do not.
So is your report correct or are your notes correct?
Well, those are my notes, and the report is a collaboration between Dr. Emhoff and myself. So often he will write sections of the report, and I will write sections of the report, so that appears maybe to be more reflective of the data that he collected during the interview.
You said y'all were sitting there together when all this was going on.
Yes.
So it would seem like y'all would collect the same data, wouldn't it?
Try very hard, yes.
Right. So this is all information that Mr. Horner is reporting to you.
Yes.
That you believe is accurate, is what you're telling us.
To the best of my ability, yes.
Okay. You talked a little about services and things, about people, and I'm gonna kind of put this all together with the Social Security stuff here. You said the services provided allow them to transition from high school into adult life, and I think you said to be able to do things. Is that the word you used?
Are you referring to the Social Security records?
Well, I'm trying to get, you said that the services allow them, and I wasn't really clear what it allowed them to do transitioning from high school into adulthood.
Well, Social Security is, in specific to this, is Social Security income. So it's money that is provided to, for children to a designee. And once somebody is 18, if they continue to meet the requirement, then the money would be provided to them.
Let me stop you. I did not ask a very good question. Let me get back here. You said that they need support. These people that have been diagnosed with level 1 autism need support the transition from high school into adulthood.
Most people with autism need assistance in transitioning.
All right. To allow them to do things in life.
Yes.
For example, things like have friends in a social life. That'd be something they need to have.
Sometimes, yes.
Maybe girlfriends or relationships.
Often.
What about work, being able to work and be able to earn income
For many, yes, they need assistance.
and things like that. But what you're talking about there are all things that, according to your report, that Tanner Horner does already have and has reported to you that that is how his life is it not?
Well, for Mr. Horner, he had a very inconsistent ability to work. He had many jobs. I believe we have a list included in the report. He had great difficulty maintaining employment.
Okay. Well, let me ask you about this. Your report reflects that he had multiple friends that he commented about you in his report.
Yes.
And he commented to you about an extensive social life, did he not?
I wouldn't use the word extensive.
Well, I mean, how many, let me just ask you, how many sexual partners did he say that he had?
I'd have to go back and look at
If
those.
I represented to you that he said it was 30, would that sound about right? So it sounds like he has a pretty active social life.
Depends on how you define social life.
Okay, I agree with that. But he had girlfriends at the time, according to him?
He did have girlfriends, yes.
And then also in addition to that, he admitted to you that he had, I guess, from your notes, I would say pretty extensive drug use and party, is that right?
I believe that's true, yes.
And on top of that, you know as well in here that you said he got additional services and had them available to treat whatever mental health conditions were existing at that time, correct?
At which time?
Throughout his life. You reviewed the MHMR records and other things, did you not?
So he had sporadic services throughout his life.
Right. Now, I want to talk about work. You said he had a lot of different jobs. And I'm going to guess you're attributing his many different jobs to his autism. Is that what you're saying?
I think he had problems with employment that related to a variety of things.
But what you're talking about here, and we've heard evidence of this, he was fired from different jobs and just walked out of different jobs, correct?
That's correct.
And that he was able to maintain employment for upwards of a year at least 2 different jobs, correct?
That sounds about right.
And that, including at the job that he was having currently at right now, when this crime occurred, November 30th, he was actively operating a FedEx truck, wasn't he?
Yes.
And that would require somebody to utilize a map or GPS, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Would require somebody to communicate with people in the public.
Yes.
And I would say effectively communicate things of package delivery and whatever he's doing as part of his job, right?
It's pretty narrow, but yes.
But he'd be able to operate a motor vehicle.
Yes, a lot of people with autism drive.
Okay. I'm just going through that. So he was actively working and making money at the time of this offense, wasn't he?
Yes, that's correct.
So when you talk about that he needs support to living life, what you've told me here is it sounds like he's living the life just like everyone else who's living the life. Friends, social life, girlfriends, work, partying and drug use. Those all sound like things that everybody else does. Would you agree?
Yes.
Excuse me. Let me check. The last thing I'm going to talk to you about is you made several comments about his ability to be in jail and not have any issues in jail, right? That's what you said?
I guess I answered questions.
But it's true that he's been in segregated custody the entire time, isn't that right?
That's my understanding.
So he didn't have access to other people to do things to.
He has been in segregation, yes, you're correct.
Pastor Michelle, read records.
I would, Your Honor. Dr. Spence, the state has spent a few minutes talking to you about the strengths that Tanner may possess, being able to drive a car, follow GPS, things like that. When we are dealing with people with neurodevelopmental disorders, as a clinician, as a psychologist, as a forensic person, do we focus on their strengths or do we focus on their deficits?
Their deficits,
Why is that important?
because that's what we target for treatment.
So the fact that he can drive a car, does that mean he's not autistic?
No.
The fact that he was able to say hello and deliver a package, does that mean he's no longer on the spectrum? The fact that he was able to have a girlfriend, does that mean that he is not level 1?
No.
When you look at the deficits, what are the deficits that presented for Tanner?
For Mr. Horner specifically, he had a lot of difficulty with reciprocity. So reciprocity is something that if you are neurotypical, you're able to do without thinking. So when I arrived today and I began interacting with guards outside. I said, hey, how you doing? They responded back. We had a brief conversation and then I knew the conversation was done. They knew it was done. And so people that have autism often will continue to talk to people. They'll talk over the top of people. They're unable to read the nonverbal social cues that the conversation is over or that it might be inappropriate to have it at all. So he has a lot of problems in engaging in appropriate reciprocity. He has substantial difficulty with nonverbal social cues. So things that we would look to in a facial expression, in tone of voice, in an inference where we're trying to explain something, he really struggles with those. And while, as was pointed out, he did have friends, the healthiness of those friendships, the reasons for some of those friendships, I would certainly question. That I would say those are things that impacted him the most in interviewing, in records, and in the historical data.
And Dr. Spence, the state pointed out in your notes that, did you have a copy of your notes?
I don't believe I have a copy of them.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I believe this was the case that the prosecutor had mentioned, where he had noted at the bottom that there was lots of acid.
Mhm.
Is acid a hallucinogen?
Yes.
I want to look at the rest of your notes. With regards to hallucinogens, well, let me back up. With regards to the acid, was there any documentation in your notes related to the time frame during which he was taking acid?
No.
Is there documentation in your notes with regards to the time frame during which he's taking hallucinogens?
Yes, in my notes, it says hallucinogens, started using them in 2011 or 2012, sometimes once per week, and sometimes he go long periods without using substances, then once per week.
So is that really an inconsistency? Inconsistency, yes.
No.
The last thing that the state talked to you about was Tanner had been in segregated populations, so he didn't have access to others. He had access to you during your evaluation, did he not?
Yes.
Did he have access to Dr. Imhoff?
Yes.
Did he have access to the other experts who evaluated him?
Yes.
Did he have access to the guards on transport?
Yes.
Did he have access to the people who brought him his lunch?
Yes.
Did he have access to the people who brought him his medications?
Yes.
Did he have access to other people in the hall where you were with him waiting for transport?
I don't recollect.
But he had access to other people other than inmates.
Yes. Yeah.
Did he attack any of those people?
Not to my knowledge.
I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Stain,
No further on.
may, Dr. Spence be excused.
No objection.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna break for lunch. It's on its way. It'll be here shortly, okay? So, see you in a little bit.
Okay, so Chris, we've just been listening to this team of autism experts. What do you make of this?
Well, I think it's going to depend on how the defense is trying to use this, as mitigation evidence. On the one hand, you look at it and you think, well, what are you telling us exactly? That we need to be, or he's autistic and does that make him scary to us? Does that excuse what he's done? And tell the jury, why do we need to know this? How does this help us decide the ultimate decisions in the case?
Right.
So, like we were discussing, I don't want the jury, or if I was the defense, I wouldn't want the jury to think, hey, they're trying to excuse this by saying he's autistic, or he's got PTSD, or he had a bad childhood, or whatever it is, because they're not going to go for that. Nobody's going to go for that. They need to say, at least I would hope, at least I would think that the defense would be, look, we can't excuse the crime.
Right.
It's inexcusable. It's unforgivable. And we're not asking you with a straight face to excuse it. What we're trying to do is paint a picture of who Tanner is so that you as jurors can make a well-reasoned, unemotional decision after having all the facts, even the things that might contradict each other. We want you to learn everything that we know, everything that you can know about this man, and come to the conclusion that his life ought to be spared and he ought to spend the rest of his life in prison with no hope of release.
Right.
Which is no cakewalk.
No. But the thing is that the experts have been all over the map, right? Yesterday you had one expert said he doesn't have bipolar. Now we've got another expert saying he is bipolar.
There's going to be some of that is to be expected again, but you've got to lay that out for the jury so that when they hear it, they're receptive to it. The human mind isn't like an 8-cylinder engine where you can look at it and everybody can agree what's wrong with it and how to fix it. It's more of, based on your training, what do you think? Different psychiatrists might, as we've seen, come to different conclusions because it's a very, very difficult science.
Right, right.
So you want to lay that out to the jury that, hey, you might hear conflicting opinions, but they're all going to tell you that it's
mitigating.
Right.
Right.
But you got to lay it out ahead of time so the jury isn't sitting there thinking, why are we hearing this?
I don't recall much of that in their opening statement, but that's also been almost a month ago now.
Right.
It's been a long time.
So the defense will have a great opportunity during the closes to try and bring that all together.
Okay.
Now, whether it's going to work or not, it's got to be uphill. But that's the theory, I think, is why we're hearing this.
Okay, well, let's bring in Rebecca Lopez, senior crime and justice reporter who's at the courthouse. Rebecca, Chris Mulder and I have been listening to this testimony this morning. Of course, just continuing to kind of talk about these experts have really just been kind of all over the map.
Yeah, Tanya, that's what I noticed also, that they all have different diagnoses. Some agree, some don't agree. But I tell you, the prosecution is going to bring a very credible witness. I've already heard his testimony when they were doing the hearings without the jury. And he's going to say that after he studied all the records and looked at all this and also met with Tanner Horner, does not believe that he falls on the autism spectrum and does not have autism spectrum disorder. And so I think that that's going to be, really interesting. I was glad that the prosecutor in rebuttal, the DA finally said, so, other autistic people, but they're not, they don't commit violent crimes. They don't kill children. I mean, I thought that was effective because I kept saying, why doesn't anybody ask that? Most autistic people, and even she acknowledges a very, very small percentage actually act out violently. And I think that's very important that they pointed that out. And then he also pointed out what I pointed out before the testimony. Somebody needs to say he's in segregation. He does still have limited access. He's not in the general population. He does not have as much access to people. And it is more controlled when he is in a cell by himself, only able to talk to the guy from yesterday through a steel wall. So I thought that was good that they brought that up.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I think it's a mistake to try and turn this into a discussion about demonizing autistic people, which, I hope that's not where we're going with this. And that would lose a whole lot of credibility. But rather to put it out there, again, to make an attempt at mitigation. Now, if the state has a very good witness who has reviewed everything and says, hey, I totally disagree with this, that's going to be a powerful evidence for the jurors back when they're deliberating to say, hey, well, what about, the prosecution witness who said, he didn't buy any of it.
Okay, yeah, well, right, because for me, I just keep going back to Dr. Ryan yesterday. You had her saying, things that Tanner Horner had said that we know aren't true.
Right.
Like that he used cocaine and he thought Athena had seen him and so he kidnapped her. And I'm like, why are you seemingly believing that? I struggled with, it's like just almost just like the unwillingness to acknowledge this guy's got some serious problems here,
Yeah, give us something realistic, because if she swallowed all that, then as a juror you're thinking, well, if she fell for that stuff, I'm not going to believe anything she says.
Exactly.
So you gotta take the good with the bad. You can't just say, take his whole story and then believe it and then come to your conclusion that this, that, and the other, PTSD and autism and whatever else, because then the jury's thinking, well, you're just paid here to come in and tell us this.
Exactly. Well, and she was paid quite a bit. Rebecca, talk to us about what's coming up this afternoon.
So this afternoon, we are going to hear from Tanner Horner's grandmother. She is making her way now to the courthouse. And again, because she has health issues, they are going to take her testimony in, small amounts of time and probably take a few breaks. But she's to take the rest of the afternoon, then no court tomorrow. And then we still have one more defense expert to this on Monday. And then they are done with their case. Then we'll hear the rebuttal witnesses. But I just don't know how. I feel like they're losing this jury by continuing to bring in expert after expert. They all are saying some similar things, some different things. I feel like it would have been more effective, at least in my opinion, just from watching and being in the courtroom and observing, that they could have condensed a lot of this with 1 or 2 or 3 expert witnesses, maybe 3 expert witnesses. I don't know how many, but definitely not the 19 or whatever that they have called to stand.
What do you think about that, Chris?
I think there's a lot of truth to that. But again, they're probably only playing to 1 or 2 jurors who are at all sympathetic to the mitigation defense. I think the vast majority of the jurors probably already have decided. I know they're not supposed to, and I get that. Not to sit there and already make your mind up, but there might be a couple who you can reach, and that's got to be what the defense is trying for. Just hoping that something resonates with 1 or 2 people so that they can hold out against death. That's it. That's all you can do.
You're trying to see what sticks against the wall, basically.
That's pretty much.
Okay. Hey, Rebecca, somebody had a question that Zeke asked me it's from the chat. Somebody said, if he's in solitary, how is he able to make friends? With our inmate that testified yesterday?
Oh, excuse me, can you ask that again?
Somebody asked in the chat.
I asked.
So if he's in solitary, how is he able to make friends?
Yes, Tanya. Well, he made friends with that one person that came forward yesterday, the guy that they nicknamed him Chicken or whatever they called him, because they share a cell wall, and it's they're not very far apart. They're they're right next to each other, and through that steel wall, you could still hear, and they can still talk to one another. They talk to each other through that wall. That's why he's able to make friends with that guy. But he's not, out there in the general population making friends with, the people and the inmates in this jail. It's just that one guy that shares that wall with them.
And depending on how the cells are configured, a lot of times inmates can communicate through the plumbing, through the drain.
Really?
Yeah, because it all connects and drains to the same place, so you can talk through the pipes.
Wow, live and
Yeah,
learn.
yeah.
See, live and learn. See, I haven't been in a jail cell. I haven't spent any time there, so I was not aware of that. Rebecca, were you aware they can talk through the pipes? Is that a new one for you?
Well, I've seen that in movies, but I actually didn't know that.
See, even after all these years in this business, even you and I can learn something. And so Chris has taught us something new. Rebecca, what kind of expert are we expecting? What's this last expert that we think we're going to get from the defense? I guess on Monday then.
Yeah, honestly, I thought and had heard that the last expert we were going to hear from on Monday was Dr. Ryan, but they brought her up earlier. So I suspect that Grandma's going to be the last character witness, and then we'll hear from another expert, a psychiatrist that's basically going to try to weave all of this together.
Okay, well, he's got some weaving ahead of him because he's going to have to bring in testimony from all these experts together and then explain to the jury why it's important and why it means that Horner shouldn't die.
Right. So if you're the defense attorney and you're talking to Grandma on the stand, what are you hoping to get?
Grandma's not going to bring a lot to the party. She's going to, obviously say that, he's a good boy and he did this, that, and the other thing for me when he was little, and don't kill him. But that's to be expected from Grandma. So she might be a time filler to make the trial last an extra day until your other psychiatrist can testify. But or maybe Horner felt very strongly that she testified, so you call her to appease him. But Grandma's not going to save his life. She's going to say, again, what every grandmother's going to say.
Right. Yeah.
Examination of Grandma.
Right. I mean, she's going to be apparently an elderly lady with
Sure.
MS. So
she'll contribute her 2 cents, and I bet she's out without any cross-examination at all.
Folks liked your comment about Grandma is not going to bring a lot to the party.
Okay.
You're not as colloquial as Cody was. I mean, Cody had them rolling. Oh, hey, there's Rebecca. We got her back. She keeps dropping in and out. Okay, Rebecca, go ahead.
Well, yeah, every time I get a phone call, it knocks me off. So I don't know how to fix that. But anyway, I think that one of the things that if I would look for, if I were the prosecution on cross with Grandma without, she's going to come off sympathetic to him, would be what, and I don't know, how, truthful she would, be, or how open she would be, but we need to know more about his history. Did he have a history of other abuse in that family, or did he get involved with any of the other family members, that sort of thing? I mean, I feel like we don't have the answer to that because, Tanya, as you and I and a lot of experts have told us, you don't just start off by to kill a 7-year-old girl and commit sexual acts. There is a history, and whether or not the defense has been able to find it or brought it forward, I mean, he's got to have some sort of history of other violence or more of a pedophilia kind of diagnoses, even though Dr. Ryan says no, he's not. The experts tell us people don't just start off by doing something like what he did to Athena. There is an escalation of that, and we know that he started fires as a kid. We know that there have been these other people that the 2 girls that he victimized. Allegedly, he's indicted for that.
I was about to add the word allegedly.
And said that he had sex with them when they were underage. Yeah, allegedly. Yeah, he's indicted. He's not been convicted. But, people, when they took the stand, they accused him of having sex with them when they were underage and he was in his 20s. And so, I would want something more like from Grandma, a history of what happened.
Go ahead, Chris.
Wow. I mean, that again, that could cut both ways. I mean, you don't want Grandma to come down here and say, well, yeah, I remember the fire starting. Yeah, little Tanner. And then what is she going to, you don't want her to talk about, other horrible things that he did as a kid. I mean, geez, that just gives ammo to the prosecution. I'd say leave that alone unless Grandma can come in and say, yeah, crazy cousin, whatever, used to touch Tanner and do, if she can do that kind of thing and give a reason for why he's, damaged in some way, again, mitigation, that's helpful. But I sure don't want Grandma to come in and talk about any other offenses that he might have committed. I mean, that's not going to help.
That's dangerous territory.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly. So, Rebecca, we understand. So, Grandma's going to basically, she's got MS then?
Yes, she has MS, and she's actually in a wheelchair. So they're bringing her in through, a special entrance here at the courthouse. And then, and again, she's not in good health, and so her testimony is going to be limited to short spurts.
Okay.
it could be helpful a little bit again, but grandma's going to say, don't kill Sonny.
Right.
That's what she's going to say, unless she can again bring something horrible, some dramatic childhood event that life altering event. She's of limited use, I think.
All right, Rebecca, we're going to wrap up for lunch. Is anything else you want to add?
Tanya, just one.
Go ahead.
Well, just one of the things that I thought that, mom was also, I thought, mom was being very sympathetic. And then she actually ended up hurting Tanner with some of her testimony, because she ends up saying, well, yeah, he would come tell me to get his kid because he was afraid he might be him. And so you don't know what's going to come out of grandma's mouth that may not go the way the defense wants it to go.
So grandma could hurt him, right, Chris?
She could. Yeah. I would like to think that grandma's been interviewed about, what it is that she's going to say, but you never know. She could open the door to something that hurts just like,
just like mom did.
Yeah, just like mom.
Okay. All right, Rebecca, we will catch you back after lunch then. Thank you. All right, folks, we're going to take a break until shortly before 1. I believe, if I'm understanding correctly, they're supposed to come back around 1. So we'll come back, let me see, it's 12:20, about 10 till. And we'll take a break, and we will see you back here shortly. All right, I'm Tanya Iser, Senior Investigative Reporter here at Channel 8. Chris Mulder, who is our legal expert for the day. Chris, just your reactions to what we heard this morning.
Well, we heard conflicting ideas about whether Horner has PTSD, autism, and to what degree, and the scientists couldn't agree with each other. A lot, well, scientists, I say doctors. But we'll see if it's enough for the defense to unify into a theory of why the jury should spare his life for this crime. And I think that the defense is really going to have their work cut out for them, differentiating between being perceived as making an excuse for the crime versus letting the jury know who it is that they're going to be sentencing.
Right.
And
that's really hard to separate.
Right. And it's really going to anger. You get the feeling that you're trying to excuse the murder with autism, PTSD, and a rough childhood, because they're not going to buy that for a second. No. You got to make it clear that's horrible. This is this other thing we need you to decide.
Yeah. And having watched, I think we're in day 7. Yeah, day 7 of the defense's side. And it feels to me like they have muddied the waters, right? Dr. Ryan was all over the map. Yesterday you had the stuff about the cocaine use, and then talking about how his, the thing that really kind of got me was she was talking about how he doesn't have good executive function, his poor executive function, which is clearly true. And that he had he had trouble with problem solving. And what the prosecution did was come back and say, well, he problem solved when he kidnapped her, and he problem solved when he dumped her body, and he problem solved when he, made up a story to his boss, and he, went up and down the litany of the problem solving, and just I came away with having a difficulty finding anything mitigating about it.
Right, and that's the hard part, because some of it, like poor executive function. The last thing you want to hear some doctors say as well, he's got really hard, really difficult impulse control. I mean, that makes you want to give the death penalty, not spare it.
Right. Right.
So you got to be careful with what kind of testimony you elicit from these people, because some of it is frightening. Poor executive function.
Well, he's clearly
That's
got
not
some
a-
decision-making issues.
Well, that's not a plus for the defense. I don't think. I'd want to hear he's remorseful. This is what I want to hear. Again, I want to hear about him. Why shouldn't we kill? Because that's what they're asking
So
the
we're
jury to
talking
do. And you got to emphasize that too to the jurors. Hey, this isn't some theoretical punishment. Your vote on this thing means we're going to kill him on purpose at a scheduled day and hour. Not, oh, well, he'll die at some future point. You got to make the jury very much own the fact that they are, even though the judge will pronounce the sentence, I get it, and they're only answering the special issues. That's a way to kind of buffer them from personal responsibility. Hey, we didn't kill him. We just answered the special issues. The judge was the one who sentenced him to death. But make no mistake, the jury needs to understand that their answers on the special issues determines whether he lives or dies. Well, he's going to die in prison either way. Any way you slice it, the guy's going to die.
He's
in
never
prison.
getting out.
Right.
No matter what.
Sure. He'll either die by lethal injection after a long appeal. He'll die of old age, such as it is in prison, which isn't long. Or he'll die by accident or misadventure in prison, or he'll get murdered by another inmate.
Right.
But he's going to die there, however you slice it.
He is. He will never again be a free man.
Right.
That's just the reality. No matter what this jury decides. So people are asking about the brother. All we know for sure publicly is that the brother, that we know that the defense team had been planning to call him all along throughout this trial. We were given to understand that the brother was going to testify and that we were going to be hearing from him on Zoom. And then yesterday, suddenly, we have been told that he's not going to be testifying. Why do you think that is, Chris?
There could be a lot of reasons. He may have lost his nerve and doesn't want to be on record for all time defending his brother. He may not have some flattering things to say about him that they're afraid is going to come out during cross-examination. And, it's not worth it to risk this coming out, because if he says, hey, I'm not going to lie if they ask me about this, this, and this.
Right.
They say, hey, forget it. We don't need you. Or, they may have asked him, do you think your brother ought to die for this? Yeah. And then that's, I don't care what he says. That's not going to help. So either he got cold feet or
they got cold feet.
Yeah.
Somebody got cold feet.
Right.
So here's a question for you, Chris, from our chat. Somebody says, is it not an issue for the defense to have experts who are contradicting each other?
I mean, is it optimal for the defense? No. But then again, wouldn't it look suspicious if they all were in lockstep as to exactly what their opinions were? Then it looked like they'd just been paid, it's this much for this guy. This
But in other words,
much.
if they sounded too similar.
Yeah.
That's
Then it looks like it's just bought and paid for. You'd expect a little inconsistency. And again, the defense has got to weave that together and explain it. But I like my car engine example.
Okay. You can tell it.
How different people will diagnose different problems. We'll see if it works.
I try to go with the one that's cheaper at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I do have a place that I typically take my truck because they seem to not be want to help me part with more of my money. Explain to folks what mitigation is. What does that really mean?
It's it's hard to explain it. It's kind of for each juror to decide what they think it is. Mitigation. I guess as you go through a capital murder case, first, do the facts of the case warrant a charge of capital murder? And everybody's pretty familiar with that. Police officer, fireman, children, elderly, during a robbery, during certain other felonies, burglary, sex assault, all those. First, does it hit the elements to make it a capital? Second of all, again, then you've got to decide, okay, are the facts of the case, what is it? Do they even warrant asking a jury for the death penalty? Some people think that they ought to get asked every time if it's on the table. Other DAs are more careful about who they choose. And then you get to the first special issue: is this person a continuing danger? And again, a jury can interpret that however they want, whether they think he's going to be dangerous to the other guards and inmates in prison. And what does dangerous mean? Does that mean he's going to assault people, kill people?
Actually, somebody was asking, can you explain that first question?
It's whatever you think it is. If you as a juror say this guy's going to be dangerous, that's enough. And it doesn't have to be, do you think he's going to kill again? Do you think he's going to seriously injure people? It's just simply dangerous.
Right. And so the jury can just determine what dangerous means to them.
Each juror will have to decide for themselves that, yes, I believe he's dangerous. In this case, you don't want to concede that, because you don't want to concede anything. You conceded guilt already, which is a step in the right direction strategically, but you don't want to concede that he's a future danger. But But I think a lot of people are going to already kind of be on board with that. So then you're at the your last ditch is there anything about this particular defendant, even though the crime is horrible, even though we think he's dangerous, is there anything about him, his history, his moral blameworthiness,
Right.
and the facts surrounding his life, where a jury thinks, locking him in a cage for the rest of his life is sufficient rather than killing him.
I think it's going to be fascinating to see what this jury decides and how long it takes them to do it.
Yeah.
I don't know that I've mentioned this on the other day on a live stream. I've got someone I know is a death penalty is a death penalty opponent. He's very active in that community, and even he said if ever there was a case that he could go for the death penalty, it was this one.
Exactly. Yeah. I same thing. I have a close friend of mine who is a very anti-death penalty. He said for this guy, I'd make an exception.
Yeah. I mean, to me, Tanner Horner like checked all the boxes.
Exactly. From the victim, young girl, age 7, the deceit, the lying, all the aggravating factors. I mean, every step of the way, it got more and more aggravating. Dumping the body and this bull about Zero, the alternate personality. I mean, come on. Every time he had a chance to not aggravate the situation, he chose the other way.
Right. Okay, so someone's asking, or folks are asking, they're all curious about why sexual assault was not charged in this case.
Well, if you're the prosecutor and you're drafting the indictment, you want to pick the easiest thing that you can prove. And remember, when you're picking the jury, you've got to tell them it's a murder with this circumstance.
Right. And he kidnapped her.
Right. Because, she even said, are you a kidnapper?
Yeah.
So that's easy to prove. And when you're qualifying the jury, though, you have to tell them a little bit about the case. Well, this guy's charged with murder during the course of a kidnapping. And could you give death penalty? Could you not? Could you keep an open mind? If you tell the jury panel, this guy's accused of sexually assaulting a 7-year-old and murdering her, but you can keep an open mind about whether or not he's going to get the death penalty. People say, I can't keep an open mind about that. And then you don't get, as a prosecutor, you lose a lot of really, really good jurors because they're too strong.
Right.
So you go
because when you bring in sex assault, you're bringing a whole different element of things.
Right. A lot of people say, I forget it. I could not give the death penalty on a guy who rapes a 7-year-old.
Right. But obviously, kidnapping is, while it's terrible, it carries a different connotation.
Doesn't sound as bad.
Right. I get it. And you don't have to bring in the sex assault.
That's not gravy.
Right. Right. So you don't have to bring that into the indictment itself. But when during the trial, which as we've seen, they're bringing it out.
And it comes out, and then the jury's like, well, damn, he did that too. He kidnapped her, and then, it gets her even more fired up.
Right. Okay. Some folks are asking how many appeals should they get with the death penalty. I am not, and I don't think you're claimed to be a death penalty appeal expert. Because I just know that they get an automatic appeal, and that process can take anywhere from 10, 15, 20 years. Just depends.
Yeah. I would think this one would be a little faster than your usual, which is, incredibly slow, because guilt was conceded. So you're not going to have a lot of appellate issues about whether he's guilty or not guilty. It's going to be simply, did the judge make a mistake such that the verdict would have been different had he let evidence in or excluded evidence? That's what this thing's going to go down to. But the system is so careful, at least it tries to be so careful about death penalty cases. You can't even plead guilty to accept death if you wanted to. You can't.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a defendant who wants to be put to death. He can't even say, I'll answer the special issues for you, put me to death. The system doesn't even allow it. A jury has to make that decision. And you can't waive a jury and let a judge do it either. The jury has to do it.
Exactly. So folks want to know. I'm watching the chat here. I'm trying to, somebody wants to know, would you take this case? I already asked you that question off camera, so we'll do it. So
would I take the case? I mean, the answer would be, I guess, is the real question, am I morally opposed to taking the case? Or is there some amount of money that would make me take the case?
Okay. Either one you would like to answer, or you could answer both.
Of course, I mean, everybody has a number as far as taking a case, but it would be ridiculously cost prohibitive for somebody to hire me to do this. And I would have to be honest with them and tell them, you can spend $1 million, on experts and lawyers and investigators, and flying people in from out of town. But I would tell the family, if they wanted to do this, you can spend all this money, and I think we're still going to lose. So it's up to you. If you want to spend it, that's fine. If you've got unlimited resources, spend it. But if you don't, don't. It's not a wise investment.
Okay.
Am I morally opposed to it? No. Everybody, as much as awful as the offenses are, everybody is entitled to a lawyer. If lawyers said, well, I'm not going to take this kind of case, or this kind of case doesn't deserve a defense, then you've got people in jail who can't have a lawyer. The case never gets tried. They just sit there. There's no closure for the victim. They just sit there taking up space because everyone is morally opposed to taking their case. So the way I look at that is, I feel like sometimes, I'm an emergency room doctor. You bring the patient in. I don't know anything about him. I try and do the best I can with what I have. And sometimes you can save them and sometimes you can't. But I try not to morally judge people and say, this person is worthy of a defense. This other person is not worthy of a defense.
Right. Okay. All right. Rebecca's on V-call. She's on Rebecca. Well, maybe we lost her again. See, now you see her, now you don't. Okay. So then the other question folks had, I don't know, Jennifer Martin was the person who put that question. And I don't know if that's one of your friends or if it's just somebody that just happens to be watching. Would your dad have taken this case?
He would have taken any case. He would have loved it.
I mean, your dad was kind of a legend.
Yeah.
Around the Dallas County Courthouse. So, and in this area.
Again, it would have been, the fee would have been ridiculous.
Right. And folks are asking us, are these public defenders that have, yes, these are public defenders that are representing Tanner Horner. It's part of a special, I forget the name of this unit, but it's a special unit that defends people that are charged with these sorts of crimes.
Right.
So, and yes, and folks have asked, like, who's paying all the bills? I don't know if it's Wise County totally, or if it's some combination. I'm not really sure I know the answer to that.
And I don't know for sure, but I would imagine that Wise County contracts with the defenders. So all the counties that are participating in this defense contribute to it to keep the lawyers on the payroll covering these kinds of cases. If you don't do that, then the county would have to appoint attorneys and pay the attorneys completely by themselves. So I think this is a way for the counties to be a little more cost effective as far as keeping competent death penalty lawyers ready at a more reasonable price than perhaps pulling a couple private lawyers off the street and assigning it to them. Because this is to do a case like this, you've got to shut down virtually all your other cases.
Right. This is all you're doing.
Right.
Right. Okay, so let's bring Rebecca Lopez back in. Rebecca?
Yeah, and Tanya, I can actually answer the question y'all were just talking about. They are the Wise County is paying for all of this. I went and specifically asked the judge. The records right now are sealed as far as how much they're paying, but I can tell you it's well over $500,000, and it's all paid for by the Wise County citizens.
So Wise County is paying. So yeah, but right now Chris Mulder cannot hear you in his ear. We're still working on some technical issues. This, as you know, Rebecca, this sometimes happens in our world where they call them IFBs, folks. And so right now we were trying to get it fixed before we went live. So at the moment, Chris can't hear. So if you have a question for Chris, Rebecca, I'll have to relay it. So, but what are we expecting? We have Grandma coming on the stand, right, for this afternoon?
Yes, right. The grandmother's going to take the stand, and she will be on there all afternoon as long as it takes. They want to get her testimony done in one afternoon. And so they are going to try to move it along and maybe not take as many breaks as they were going to initially, but they're going to just try to get through all of her testimony this afternoon. And Tanya, on the break, I also went to find out, Tanner Horner's living conditions, like where is he? So he is in a special area of the Tarrant County Jail that is basically solitary confinement. It's for the highest risk people, whether or not it's threats against them, or they pose a threat to society, or escape risk, or they pose a threat to other inmates and are violent. They keep them 24/7. They got separate showers. They don't interact with anyone other than the guard to bring them their food, but they don't even get recreational time. They don't even get out to go do anything, is my understanding. And so the fact that he has had no real issues with anyone at the jail, is well, he doesn't really have access to anyone.
Go ahead, Chris.
I was going to say, yeah, that's to be expected, that he wouldn't have any. If you have no interaction with anybody,
You can't do anything.
right. So is that a plus?
Right.
He's in solitary.
Exactly. Hey, Rebecca, folks are asking, and I want to make sure, I don't want to misspeak on this. Somebody keeps putting in the chat asking about the medical examiner and the issues about the spermicide with Athena Strand. Kind of walk us back through what that testing showed.
Tanya, can you re-ask that question one more time? It's going in and out.
So one of the things I do is I monitor the chat, and so they keep asking the question about in terms of what kind of testing they did related to spermicide. Like, what did that testing? Walk folks back through what that testing showed.
Oh, the testing of the
DNA
sperm. Yeah,
testing.
So there was. Yes, the DNA testing. Yeah, they did find when they did the DNA testing that his sperm was on parts of Athena that the prosecutor said in opening statements there should not be in a 7-year-old child, and so it is his sperm, and it is on her and in her, as they testified yesterday, horrifically.
Chris, how do you think that'll play with the jury? You not only have the issues of the kidnapping and the murder, but then you have this issue of that.
I mean, it's awful. How do you make a kidnapping and murder worse? This is how. You commit sexual assault while you're doing it.
Yeah, on a 7-year-old.
Yeah. And then if you want to make it even worse, you hide the body, lie about it, and so on. Yeah. Oh, if anyone who wasn't already completely outraged would be at that point.
Right. And then you have, of course, the testimony from Dr. Ryan yesterday about what he told her.
He confirmed it.
Man. Okay, so Rebecca, we're starting to see a live look back in that courtroom. They're about to bring Tanner in, they're at that door. So I think we're going to is there anything else you want to add before I let you go so that we can get ready for this to start back up?
No, I just, I want to reiterate that, Tanner Horner, Athena Strand's family has been there. Her mom has missed very few hearings. I think she's only missed one hearing the entire time. She is in that courtroom. She's listening to everything. She did not listen to that hour-long tape. That's the only time she wasn't in the courtroom. But, you can tell that everybody is really exhausted by this trial. The jurors, the family, can you imagine what Athena's family's going through? But we're nearing the end here, Tanya.
I know. And if you and I are exhausted, you're right. I can only imagine what they're going through. So, all right, Rebecca, we'll see you a little bit later this afternoon. Okay, so while we wait for court to kick off, so here's the question I've asked. This is another one that I've asked everybody.
Okay.
Any chance Tanner, because people keep asking, any chance Tanner Horner takes a stand?
Bleicher wouldn't let him.
Can you stop him?
No, it's his Fifth Amendment right to take the stand or not. Even if the lawyers advise him, do not do it. It's his decision to do it or not do it. He can follow his lawyer's advice or not at his peril. Typically what might happen, if he insists on testifying and the lawyers are very much against it, sometimes they'll have a short little hearing outside the presence of the jury where the lawyer will say, Mr. Horner, it's our advice that you not testify, but you want to testify anyway. Is that right? And the judge will say, is this really what you want to do? And if he says yes, then there he goes. But the lawyer's done a little CYA right there about if it goes haywire, hey, man, we told you not to testify.
Yeah. I kind of doubt that he will.
Of course, how can he make it any worse?
Well, that would. Well, I mean, well,
I mean,
okay.
really.
You know, you did say every step of the way that he could make this worse. He made it worse, right?
Right. No,
That would be the final making it worse.
I guess. Yeah.
I doubt he takes the stand.
No way.
I doubt it.
There would be the prosecutor would have a field day with it. Tell us what you were thinking when, and I'd play a couple minutes of the tape and say, well, what was going through your mind right then when you were strangling her? Tell the jury what you were thinking about. Oh, you can't remember it? Well, maybe this will jog your memory. I mean,
Yeah.
oh my God.
Yeah, I find it hard to believe
way.
that he would do such a thing. But you know,
Unless
crazier
he's got
things
a-
have been known to happen.
If he's got a death wish, he will.
I mean, I mean, one thing I don't remember, but there might have been one of the experts that talked about his judgment. There's been a lot of experts over the last 6-7 days. He clearly has bad judgment, right? I mean, there's no doubt about that.
No.
I mean, it's the most stunning level of, but you just, when I look at him, I think to myself, one of the things yesterday, I'm trying to think, when we're looking at him is that somebody just said that he looks like there's just not much behind that look.
Well, and that kind of cuts both ways. As a lawyer, you always tell your client, look, don't show any emotion, don't do this, don't smile, don't not smile, don't scowl, don't make eye contact with the jury because you don't want to intimidate them. And I mean, whatever the guy does, someone is going to take it as a strike against him.
Right.
So the best thing to do is just to say, just sit there, don't show any expression. If you absolutely must cry during the testimony, I guess do it but don't force it because they'll know that you're faking it. Otherwise, just sit there and just try not to register anything to anybody.
Right. And people are asking if his grandma is going to take the stand next. The answer is yes. She is supposed to, barring some change. We did get surprised yesterday by the brother not taking the stand. Somebody's asking, is that a stuffed animal next to Horner? No, that's some kind of pitcher of
there's
like
a
a water pitcher is what that is. And of course we're, got the live look there and you can see Athena Strand's mom, dad, and also his stepmom, and as well as some other relatives. I'm not completely clear on who they are. It's hard for me to imagine how it must feel to be in that courtroom and be 10 minutes 10 I don't even know how many feet I'm my sense of distance
Steps away.
You're not very far from him.
Sure.
And so that's just, and for of course Maitland and her ex-husband, this is just but Rebecca's right. We are in the home stretch of this thing, and are you surprised it's gone so long, Chris? I mean, it's a death penalty case. Maybe that's what it is.
Not really, but the judge could have shaved, an hour here or an hour there. But, you've also got to be mindful of the jurors who are just sitting there. A lot of times they're sitting in some back room not knowing what's happening. And, you don't want to have the thing to try and save one day of trial time, exhaust them till 5 o'clock every day. I've seen judges that are just, we're 8:30 to 5 every day. And it ends up taking longer to try and be super efficient, in my opinion, in many cases. If you find a natural stopping point and you stop, it lets the trial flow more naturally than stopping somebody in the middle of what their testimony is.
I'm sorry, folks are pointing out that Athena Strand's dad's name is Jacob. I'm sorry, in that moment ago, his name was escaping me. This is what happens when you get old. You start to, I have memory issues. I actually tend to be far better with faces than I am with names. So I can't tell you how many times I go over to the courthouse and people will walk up to me and they clearly know me. And I am standing there going, I, for the life of me, cannot remember their names. And I feel bad sometimes. But so I apologize for that. I will I'll do better. So
Well, and you said how difficult it must be for him to sit there 3 rows back. I mean, we've all seen the television shows or news clips of family members coming over the bar and attacking they've got 3 bailiffs there, and I would be willing to bet that there are a couple people in the gallery there that are either DA investigators in plainclothes, also there as kind of a buffer between any kind of ideas anybody might have about taking a swing or worse at Horner.
somebody said in the chat that your son says hi. So anyway,
All right.
so I don't know
good.
if your son is watching
He may
this or
be.
not. He's off at college, so
He is.
he's
Wow.
not studying for finals or anything, I guess.
Yeah.
So.
Get back to the books, Junior.
So yeah, we're waiting for this to start back up. You can see that the screen is blurred. Zeke, we still don't have sound from that courtroom, right? No sound at the moment. So yeah, and folks are asking about the blur. I'm making a guess that Grandma's going to be blurred too. Pretty much all of the civilian witnesses have been blurred. I can't think of one civilian witness that has been.
Mom and Dad weren't.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about on the defense side.
Okay.
Yeah, on the defense side. Yeah, but but most of the, I think all the civilian witnesses for the defense have been. Somebody's asking if I cover many trials. Yes, I one of the things I do here at Channel 8 is whenever we live stream trials and we have anchoring, I anchor those trials. This is about my 6th or 7th trial. And Chris knows I've been around in this market for a long time. So, all right, there we go.
And we have defense exhibits number 96 through 109, which are photos that we would be offering into evidence.
Any objection?
Good to go.
So defense 96 through 109 will be admitted.
We also have defense exhibits number 110 through 114.
Any objection to those?
Good, John.
110 through 114 are admitted.
Actually, no, I think you had the objection to 114.
Oh, I had one objection, 114. So 110 through 113.
Okay.
110 through 113, no objection, and we would offer 114 for record purposes.
Any objection for purposes of the record?
No.
All right, 114 is admitted for purposes of the record.
All right.
We ready?
We ready.
Let's go.
You want to take your license and we appreciate it.
You want a piece of bubble gum or something?
Everyone may be seated. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Can all of the members of the jury see the witness? Okay, all right, very good. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I wasn't organized and then I sat down. Okay. Good afternoon. How are you doing? Okay. No nervous? Little bit.
Can all of the members of the jury hear the witness? Okay, all right.
And if you'll just keep your voice up for us, that would be great, okay? Okay. Please introduce yourself to the jury. And we're just gonna use first names.
Jacqueline,
And do you also go by Jackie?
Oh, yes.
Do,
Jackie,
is it okay if I call you Jackie?
please.
Okay. Well, Jackie, how are you, how do you know Tanner Horner?
He is my grandson.
Jackie, are you currently employed?
No.
When you were working, what were you doing?
Well, I worked at Albertsons and a barber.
Now, I see that you were in a wheelchair. Are you medically disabled?
Yes, multiple sclerosis.
Do you have a disability status for your multiple sclerosis? Are you receiving Social Security?
Oh,
benefits?
yes.
Jackie, I want to talk to you a little bit about your family. Do you have any siblings?
Yes.
How many did you have?
4 brothers and a sister.
Are they all still alive?
Just one.
Do you have any children?
Yes.
Is that Tanner's mom?
Yes.
How many grandchildren do you have?
2.
Jackie, I want to talk a little bit about your family and the way you grew up, okay?
Yes.
When you were growing up, was your father, was he verbally abusive to you or any of your siblings?
Yes.
How so?
He just always was. He was an alcoholic. And,
What would he do?
well, he just complained constantly. If he showed up for dinner, he would complain.
Would he ever yell at you?
Oh, yeah.
Would he ever call you names?
Yeah.
Would he do this in front of your family?
Oh, yeah.
Would he do this in front of other people?
No, sometimes he put on his act when we had family around or friends. He acted like he liked us.
But once those friends left?
Yeah.
This true color show?
Yeah.
Was he ever physically abusive to you?
He was, but not as much me as it was my brothers.
Did you see him being abusive to your brothers?
Yes.
What would he do?
Well, he would just start, there's a lot of yelling. I mean, that's been a long time ago. I just know he would get that belt and just keep hitting him. Because he'd gone to the beach and,
Was he supposed to go to the beach?
no,
Jackie, was there any sexual abuse in your home?
yes,
Were you the victim of abuse as a child?
yes.
And I don't want to go into any details about it, but how old were you when you were being abused?
Very little.
How often would this abuse occur?
Too often?
Is any time too often?
Yes.
How long did this go on?
For years that I could remember because, I never told my mother. And it's just something you didn't talk about. You didn't talk about the alcoholism in my family.
And if you didn't talk about the alcoholism, were you going to talk about sexual abuse?
Oh, no.
Were you the only child in that household that was abused?
No, my sister as well.
Did you or your sister ever tell anybody what was going on?
No. Well, we told my mother once when we were about 12 and 13.
And how did that go?
She was mad. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
Did it stop after that?
Oh, yeah, it had been stopped by then, and,
Jackie, did you ever get counseling to help you deal with what happened?
yes, I did.
And, when you went to go see the doctor, were you diagnosed with anything? Do you have any mental health diagnosis?
Well, depression, some PTSD, which that's a thing that I didn't realize it was.
And do you still live with all of that?
Yeah, but I understand it more.
Jackie, I want to talk about your brothers and sisters for a minute, okay?
Okay.
Did any of your brothers and sisters suffer from any mental illness?
Yes,
Were there any suicide attempts amongst your siblings?
yes.
How many of your brothers and sisters were successful in killing themselves?
My sister and my youngest brother.
So that's 2 out of how many children?
6.
You mentioned alcoholism with your father. Did any of your siblings have any alcohol or substance abuse problems?
Yes,
What kind of
everybody had that problem.
Everybody has that problem. What kind of, what did you mean by everybody has that problem?
The alcoholism,
And what about the substance abuse?
yeah, that too.
And Jackie, how far did you go in school?
10th grade,
Or why did you drop out?
I was pregnant.
And how old were you at the time?
15,
Who were you pregnant with?
Melissa.
At any time did you go back and get your GED?
I did.
And why'd you go get your GED?
Because I dropped out so early, and back then people said, well, if you don't get your GED, it'll be hard for me to get a job. And I had to have it to get my barber's license.
When did you get your barber's license?
1976.
How long did you work as a barber?
40 years.
You like it?
Yeah.
Why'd you stop being a barber?
Well, because I need something that had benefits, and Albertsons had that.
And so you went to work for Albertson?
Mm-hmm.
You mentioned that you dropped out because you had become pregnant. Was this your first pregnancy?
Yes,
Were you surprised when you were pregnant?
yes.
Did you tell your parents?
I told my mom,
Did you tell your parents? You told your mom?
yes.
What was her reaction when you told her?
Oh, Jacqueline,
Was she supportive?
she was.
Did you ever consider terminating your pregnancy?
Yes,
Did you ever try to terminate that pregnancy?
yes.
What happened?
Like what?
Well, tell me, how did you go from having the idea to terminate the pregnancy to trying to terminate the pregnancy?
Well, my mother knew a doctor, and went to her house, and she said she was doing an abortion on me, which I didn't realize anything except that I knew I wouldn't be pregnant anymore.
Well, whose idea was it to terminate the pregnancy?
Well, it was mine and my mother's.
And your mother is the one that took you to the doctor?
Yes.
So after your mother took you to the doctor to try to terminate the pregnancy, I guess the question I have is, was the abortion successful?
No.
How old, well, were you able to carry that child to term?
Yes.
And how old were you when your daughter was born?
I turned 16 the day after I had her.
Did you have a difficult birth?
No,
Any complications?
no.
Were you worried because of the failed abortion attempt?
Yeah, I was real worried.
But instead you had a healthy baby girl?
Yes.
Yeah, pressure.
Yes.
And actually, Jackie, I'm going to hand you what has already been admitted as Defense Exhibits 96 through 109. Okay, I'm just gonna let you hold on to those because I'm gonna put them up on the screen.
Oh, okay.
Defense Exhibit number 96. Who is that? Is that you and your daughter?
Yep.
Jackie, where was your daughter's father throughout all of this?
Well, we were together, except not living together, but with, he was at his parents' house and I was with my mom's house.
So, did you two ever get married?
Yes.
And how long were you married?
About 3 years.
How old was your daughter when you divorced?
2. About 2.5 or 3.
Were you and her father married before or after you gave birth?
Before.
So you found out you were married, we had the attempted termination, and then you got married and then gave birth?
Yes, well,
And was this all before the age of 16?
yes.
Did your daughter's father ever pay child support for her after y'all separated and divorced?
No.
How did you support your daughter?
I worked normally 2 jobs.
And what kind of jobs did you have at that time?
I'd be a waitress, and then I was a shampoo girl for like 4 years before I decided to go to Barber College.
But Jackie, I want to move on a little bit, and I want to talk about your second husband. Now, did the two of you live together before you married?
Yes.
At the time you moved in together, did you have any concerns about your, your boyfriend and your daughter?
No, not at the time.
So when y'all moved in together, you thought everything was A-okay?
Yeah, newly in love.
Before he moved in, did your daughter ever tell you that your boyfriend had sexually abused her?
Yes, she did.
And this was before you were married? And even though your daughter had told you about this incident, did you marry him anyway?
Yes, I did.
After he had moved in and y'all had gotten married, do you ever remember an occasion where your daughter had put a sign on her door?
Yes.
Did you remember what that sign said?
Something like, it was a big poster that she had on her bedroom door that said, who's ever coming in at my room at night, please stop.
At the time, did you know what that meant?
No, I mean, I automatically thought, oh, it must be a stepbrother if he had the bedroom next door to the girls. And,
Do you know what it means now?
oh yeah,
Or what does it mean, or what did that sign mean?
that her stepdad was coming in there at night. She had told the school.
Well, that was my next question. Did she ever tell anybody about that?
Yes. But she, she tried to she told me the first time it ever happened, and I didn't believe her. And how could I not believe a 4-year-old? That's all on me, and I live with that still. 4-year-olds don't lie.
Hi, Jackie. Did CPS or law enforcement ever get involved after
Yes.
she had told what had happened? And what happened after CPS and law enforcement got involved?
First, they had opened a case and talked to each one of us, and
Was anyone ever arrested?
no,
Was anyone ever prosecuted?
No.
Did you and your second husband eventually divorce?
yes.
Now, Jackie, I want to flash forward some more, and I want to jump to a time when Melissa, or your daughter, was married or dating Tanner's father. Did you ever meet Tanner's father?
Yes,
Was he older than Melissa?
yes.
And how much older was he than your daughter?
Well, I was never real sure of his age, but, I think he was at least 10 years older.
What was their relationship like?
Toxic.
Why do you say the
Oh, they
relationship?
just fought all the time.
They fought all the time? Did you ever see them fighting?
No, I mean, no, I can't say that. Most of them just told me they had a big fight.
Do you know if he was physically abusive to her?
Yes.
Did you ever see her with bruises?
No, can't say I saw any bruises, but he was abusive to her.
While Melissa and Terry were married, did she become pregnant with Tanner?
Yes,
Was this her first pregnancy?
yes,
The one with Tanner was her first pregnancy?
yes.
Did she seem happy about becoming a mother?
Yes, she was very excited.
Or what do you mean by very excited?
Oh, she's just happy. She's happy to have a baby.
At the time she became pregnant with Tanner, was she working?
Yes,
And after she gave birth, did she go back to her job?
yes.
When she had gone back to working, how old was Tanner? If you can remember.
Year old,
A year old?
maybe. I'm not sure.
When Melissa was working, who kept Tanner?
I did a lot.
Where was his father at this time?
I don't know.
When Tanner was a little boy, how did you feel about taking on so much responsibility with him?
I was okay with it. I loved him. He's my first grandkid, and I figured I could do better with him than I did being a mother the first time, because I was so young that I had a little experience by the time he came.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 97. Who is this?
It's Tanner. And the rocking chair my mother made for him.
Your mother made that for him?
Mm-hmm. But she painted it all.
What was painted on that?
Just something boyish. I don't remember.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 98. Who is that?
It's me and Tanner.
About how old is he here?
He looks like he's about two.
I see that big smile on your face. Are you happy to keep him?
Yeah.
He bring you lots of joy?
He did. He did.
And Defense Exhibit number 99. Do you remember this?
Oh, yeah.
What's going on in this picture?
Oh, we were just in the front yard, walking around, and he always would pick those up and blow on it. So it, until it was empty.
Jackie, when Melissa had gone back to work, well, let me back up. At the time that, before Melissa became pregnant with Tanner, do you know if she was using drugs?
Before she went back to work?
No, before she was pregnant.
I can't say, nothing that I saw.
Did you ever see her use drugs?
No.
Did you ever see her use drugs after the birth of Tanner?
No.
Have you ever seen your daughter under the influence of drugs?
Yes.
Tell me about that. What was her behavior like when she was using drugs?
Maybe red eyes.
And how did she behave?
Well, she was happy, and then, she was at work and would come home and see Tanner. I mean, she just happy as can be.
Then what makes you think that she was under the influence of drugs at the time?
Well, because she came home from work.
Now, Jackie, has your daughter ever overdosed from drugs?
Not that I've seen.
Has she ever required medical attention for her drug use?
Yeah, she's been to rehabs.
So I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 100. You remember this?
Yep. I was at a rehab.
How often did Melissa have to go to rehabs?
She's been several times. And always wanted to go because she knew she needed it. She just really struggled.
You said that she'd gone several times. When you say several times, is that more than 4 times?
I don't recall, but that sounds good.
And this photo, Defense Exhibit number 100, was that taken in one of the rehab facilities?
I'm sorry, what?
Defense Exhibit number 100, was that taken in one of the rehab
Yes.
facilities?
Yes.
How many times did you have to go visit with her in a rehab facility?
Several times.
And you said she had struggles with drugs. What kind of struggles did she have?
I don't know, just doing them. It was not a good thing, and she knew it wasn't, but she had a hard time kicking the habit. And
That was she using heroin at the time?
yes,
Do you recall an incident where she had taken heroin and fell asleep on the toilet?
I think I've heard that.
But do you remember when Tanner had to come get you and bring you into the bathroom and show you his mother who had passed out on the toilet?
No, I don't remember that. I heard about it after, but I don't remember when it happened.
And is that something that well, one moment. Did your daughter ever have mood swings?
Yes.
Did she ever have act paranoid?
Yes.
When did you first started noticing, the paranoia and mood swings?
Probably when she was a lot younger than when she first started using, and she just always, I think it's because she's bipolar, and I think it started happening early in her age.
And so your daughter's bipolar?
Yes.
Do you know if she sought any sort of medical treatment for her mental health?
Yes, she did.
How'd that work for her?
Well, I mean, they gave her information, and she gave her the information, and she would tell me what they, like, what else she was diagnosed with that, and, you know, she needed to go to counseling and probably get on medicine, in which she had tried, and she didn't like the feel of it.
And, Jackie, do you love your daughter?
Yes, I do,
Are these questions hard for you to answer?
yes.
I want to talk to you about your daughter's, well, let me back up. Did she ever divorce Tanner's father?
No, they never got a divorce,
But did they separate at some point?
yes,
And did she become involved with another man?
yes,
Did she have a child with that man?
yes.
All right, so I want to talk to you about your other grandson.
Okay.
How did Tanner react when he found out that he was going to be a big brother?
Oh, he was very excited, very excited.
What made you think he was excited?
Well, he was just always, you know, he just couldn't wait till the baby was born, and the day she went into labor, they were at the hospital, and we stopped by McDonald's to get something to eat, which he liked going there, and we sat there at 8, and then he threw up. He was so excited. I mean, he just all over the place. He was so excited he threw up. And I just spent money on that meal.
How old was Tanner when he found out he was going to be a big brother?
Well, he was either 9 or 10. He was 10 when he was born, so.
I'm going to show you what is defense exhibit number 101. Is that Tanner and his little brother?
Yeah.
What do you think about when you see that photo?
Just how the innocence, how little they were, and how precious that picture is.
Does it make you happy to see that photo?
It does.
No. Defense exhibit number 102. Is this a picture of your daughter and her 2 sons?
Yes.
Approximately how old is Tanner at the time?
Probably 11.
Is that his little brother in the high chair? Now, I want to fast forward again. I want to talk about you again. I want to talk about your marriage to Bill. Your husband, is that your third husband?
Yes.
Okay. Your third husband, Bill, was he in the military?
Yes.
Do you remember what branch?
Army.
Do you know if he had ever been deployed?
Yes.
Where was he deployed?
Well, he went several places, but he was in Vietnam.
Do you know what he did for the Army in Vietnam?
Well, several things he did, but the longest thing he did was he was a tunnel rat.
What's a tunnel rat?
Well, they go underneath in a tunnel and scope out the place, you know. I guess set traps.
They
He
look
didn't
for
always
booty?
talk about it, but, yeah, it's something that most people wouldn't want to do. Go into the unknown.
Was the, looking for booby traps?
Yeah.
Was that a dangerous assignment?
I think so.
When he retired from the military, did he receive any disability benefits from the VA?
Yes.
Would you describe Bill as a paranoid person?
Yes.
What would he do that would make you think he was paranoid?
Well, he was always, always trying to find something wrong.
What do you mean, trying to find something wrong?
Just in daily life, he would just nitpick things, and he was angry.
He was angry? Now, would he ever sneak around the house or sneak up on people?
Oh yeah, I'm sure he's done that. People like to sneak up on me because I scare easy.
You had said and described Bill as an angry person. Did he have a bad temper?
Yes.
Well, why do you say he had a bad temper?
Well, he displayed it all the time. He just didn't have much patience, and he would just he was always mad about something, and if it didn't go his way, it was nobody's way, and he'd just get mad.
What would he do when he got angry?
Oh, wonders that too. Many times.
And when he got angry, what would he do? I mean, would he yell? Would he throw things? What?
Well, yeah, he would yell. That was always a big one. Or not talk to me for weeks.
When Tanner was young, did he and his mom move around a lot?
Yes. Well, it depends what a lot is.
Well, in your opinion, was it a lot?
Well, no, I'm gonna say not so much. They did live in several places, but when Melissa and I had discussed that we were gonna, because where she was at that time in her life, she thought it would be a good idea that he come stay with us, my husband and I. Where she knows he would be safe and
How old was he when he came to, how old was Tanner when he came to live with you?
I'm gonna say probably about 3 or 4.
Do you think that Melissa letting Tanner come to stay with you was her way of trying to give him a better life?
Oh yeah, I mean, that's what she said, Mom, because I'm not doing the right thing and I know it. She just wanted to, she knew he'd be safe with us.
She's trying to look out for him,
Oh yeah,
that she knew that,
he was safe and she always worried, she always wanted him to be okay. But he didn't have that many babysitters, we were babysitters. And he just didn't trust very many people.
Jackie, what kind of things did you do for Tanner when he came to live with you?
We go to parks, we went to movies, a lot of Disney movies. We, had to plan those movies, or anything time we went somewhere, we had to plan it because he he couldn't handle spur of the moment stuff. So I had to make sure he knew like days in advance that what we're gonna go do. And,
Oh, go ahead.
and then, we go to the zoo.
When you said that he didn't like spur of the moment, what do you mean by that?
It was too quick of a decision. I mean, I'd have to plant the seed and he'd have to think on it, I guess. That's what ended up working better, especially, that all started with doctor's appointments. That he got to where he handled that and he knew that I would remind him every day of something that we had planned.
Did it work better for him to know in advance?
Yes.
Did it work better for you to know
Yeah.
in advance?
Yeah, he would, yeah.
When you and Tanner would go to these Disney movies and plan these outings, do you remember about how old he was when all of that started?
Will you repeat that, please?
When Tanner moved in, about how old was he?
I'm gonna say about 6, 7.
Did you enroll him in school?
Yes. I first enrolled him in daycare. So, because I worked.
How old was he when if you recall, when you enrolled him in daycare? Was it before he started elementary school?
Yes.
While he was at daycare, did you ever watch him with the other kids?
Yeah.
Did you ever see him, behave in a way that made you think that he was a little different?
Happens quite often, but I walked in once to pick him up from school. I got off work and he was playing with some kind of little game they had at the daycare. And this little kid, he was playing by himself, and that's how he liked playing by himself. And this little kid said, "Here, let me help," or something to that extent, wanted to play too. And Tanner said, "No, you can't, and then he just turned away and not respond anymore. He just, no. And whoever that was, that little kid just said that, "You're weird," or there was always a comment about that he was weird, awkward, different.
And these are things that you've heard these kids?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That time that you saw of him pushing the other child away or turning his back on the other child, was that the only time you saw that kind of behavior?
Oh, no, I've seen it many times. I've seen that, he was in Boy Scouts. And I go to the meetings with him. And they have them, and there are several boys that kind of were making fun of him, and I'm not sure, I don't remember what it was all about, but they started just giving him a hard time on, yeah, I don't remember exactly, but they were making fun of him.
Helen, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, Defense Exhibit 106 is, what is that?
He's getting some kind of a award, for Cub Scouts.
That was taken when he was,
Yeah.
and, when you would watch Tanner at daycare, could you notice a difference between his behavior and the other children's behavior?
Yes.
Did you see that same behavior when Tanner was at home?
Yes.
At some point, did you ever take Tanner, or was it suggested that Tanner go be tested?
Yes.
Did Melissa take him to get tested?
Yes, she did. She was all on top of that because we knew there was just someone connecting.
What was Tanner's diagnosis when you went to go get him tested? What was the diagnosis?
Well, he had ADHD and Asperger's syndrome from the Child Center Center.
How did you feel when you found out that he had a diagnosis?
Relieved that we know it was something instead of what could it be.
Was Melissa relieved as well?
Yes.
How did Bill respond to the diagnosis of Asperger's?
He didn't say a whole lot. He just, through the years, he just say, we say, well, part of his Asperger's, and, you know, people just think that's an excuse for his behavior, and he'd say, you know, there ain't nothing wrong with that boy. Even a lot of times it was very obvious there was something wrong.
Did you or Melissa treat Tanner any differently because of his diagnosis?
Maybe a little more protective. 'Cause we just felt sorry for him because he didn't have any friends and nobody wanted to have anything to do with him.
When you say that you were protective of him, how were you protective of him?
Him getting bullied. As he didn't always show that it bothered him. And it bothered him.
Were you there to support him?
Yes.
Because of his Asperger's diagnosis, were you able to get any Social Security benefits?
Yes.
How old was he, if you recall, when he first started to get benefits?
Gosh, I really don't remember. I want to say maybe 14.
Jackie, I want to talk about Tanner's time in school, okay? I want to show you what has been offered as Defendant's Exhibit 103. Do you recall that photo?
Yeah.
And About how old was Tanner there?
He looks about 3, or maybe 4.
What about Defense Exhibit 104? Remember about what grade he was in there?
Could that have been the 4th grade?
Now, Jackie, when Tanner was in school, did he receive any special education classes?
Yes.
Do you know why he was in special education?
For his Asperger's. And it's kind of like a guideline on his, he would always speak out, and to get his behavior under control. That would help, but they would just teach him, right, wrong, numbers, because he never did real good in school. And I never understood why he didn't, because he's very smart. But it was just, they were like a support group, and they always had his back on the difficulty of being in school and all the bullies he would face.
When you say they, are you talking about his teachers and his providers? Did you and Melissa attend any of his, what they call the ARD meetings, of the special education meetings? What were those like?
They would just give us information on how he's doing and what they're working on, how he progressed or he didn't in certain areas.
Based on these ARD meetings, did Tanner have any special kind of services?
Well, yeah, they would send trying to think what they call it. A special teacher out, and they go out to dinner or go to the store, and how to interacting with people, manners.
Did those meetings with that person seem to help Tanner?
It did, until it was time that she just didn't come anymore, and we needed to pick up the slack, and we probably did for a little while.
Were you able to continue that?
Well, we did a little bit, but some of it was stuff that, like his manners, we were always big on manners. So no, we didn't follow through all the way.
How did Tanner react when he stopped having these meetings with his teacher?
Well, I think he kind of missed it because he looked forward to having that time of with something different besides the people at home, he looked forward to it.
Now, Jackie, you talked before about Tanner being bullied in school and having to deal with other bullies. Is Tanner a friendly person?
Oh, yeah.
Is he outgoing?
Yeah, sometimes he's not, but most, yeah,
Do he like to talk a lot?
yes,
Does he still like to talk a lot?
yes.
When he was in school, did you ever see him trying to make friends with the other students?
Oh, yeah.
Was he able to?
Well, there might have been a few, but, once they start talking to him, they would kind of, and kind of back off.
I think the words you used before were weirdo and awkward.
Yeah. Because, it was awkward. It was awkward. It's awkward for an adult to feel awkward talking to a kid.
How did Tanner take it when these other kids would start calling him names?
He just, oh, it's okay, Minnie. I'm used to it.
He called you Mimi?
Yeah.
And how did you feel when he said those things to you?
I hurt for him. I mean, painful.
Was this the only time that seeing those kids call him names and hearing the names that he was called, was that the only time that you saw Tanner being bullied?
Not,
Do you recall an incident at the wrestling match?
oh yeah.
Tell us about that. What happened?
The wrestling match was over and Tanner was walking in front of me, going to get a drink, and some guy that had been wrestling too walked up next to him and just kind of, hey, you punk, you weirdo, or what are you doing? You're not going to do, just all kinds of put downs to him. And he didn't know who I was, but I said, why are you talking to him like that? Because he realized there was somebody with him. But that just came out of nowhere. He just ran up there and started bad-mouthing me. And then again, he tries to make me feel okay about what happened.
So even though Tanner is the one that is being bullied, he's trying to comfort you?
Yeah, I mean,
Jackie, in spite of all of the issues that Tanner had in high school and in elementary school and in middle school, was he able to graduate from high school?
yes, he was. And he was so proud. I was so proud for him.
Was he the first person in your family to actually graduate from high school?
Yes, he was. That was a big accomplishment.
I'm going to show you what is, I believe, Defense Exhibit 107. Is that a copy of his high school announcement?
Yes.
So it was, other than the fact that he was the first person to graduate, was the fact that he graduated a big deal for your family?
Yes.
And why was it a big deal
Well,
for
I
you?
mean, because he graduated, that wasn't a real popular thing in my family or his dad's side of the family. I don't think anybody else had graduated. And he just wanted to, make his parents proud.
Was that important to him?
Well, yeah. Because he wanted to be the only one to do that.
We have somebody on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Bailey Clerk.
Huh?
All right, Chris, we've been listening to Tanner Horner's grandma. Well,
Yeah, we have. And as I, unless she's got a lot more to add, she really didn't bring a lot to the table
all right,
here.
Chris, we've been listening.
So, I don't know what else she's going to say, but there was a lot of groundwork, really, for a lot of nothing.
Yeah, I mean,
And I get it. He had a bad childhood. I hear you. And I think we've heard plenty of that. And, I think everyone would stipulate to that. Even the prosecution would admit that guy had a pretty awful childhood. But what new are we hearing here that's like groundbreaking, that's going to really affect the jurors and, pull on their hearts in the way it ought to? I'm not feeling it.
so why are we doing this?
I don't know. Again, maybe she's not done. Maybe she's got something else to add. But
I mean, but if your jury, Rebecca's texting us saying basically the jury looks bored. If you've lost them, how are you going to get them to listen to anything grandma says if you're actually going somewhere with this?
I don't know. I don't know what else she's got in store. It could be a function of a couple different things. Maybe because of her health issues, they had to call her out of order, and it didn't have the kind of effect that the defense was looking for. Maybe it was supposed to lay some groundwork for mother, and then it would make a little more cohesive sense. Maybe Tanner just really had his heart set in hearing from grandma, and so it's, they called her because of him, or maybe grandmother really thought that she wanted to make a plea for the life of her grandson, so they call her for that.
Except for we haven't gotten to the plea yet.
I don't know. I mean, she fills in some background from a couple of generations ago, but that doesn't help the jury, I don't think, decide the issues they need to decide. It's just filler.
Okay. Rebecca, we got Rebecca on video call. Rebecca, Chris and I are struggling to understand the point of this testimony and where we are headed with it.
I think everyone is wondering that, Tanya. And I tell you what, this defense better move this testimony along because they are losing this jury. There are jurors that are literally trying to stay awake in there. They were shifting in their chairs. Some are holding their heads. This jury was not at all interested in anything really that she had to say. I think there was one juror that was taking notes, but it almost looks like they are like zoned out. And I've been watching this jury for a month now, and most of the time they're pretty engaged. They look bored.
What do you say to that, Chris?
I mean, unfortunately that happens, especially in a trial this long. yeah, it's you got to move on. When the jury loses interest, then you're just talking to yourself. So it's unless there's something really earth shattering coming. This has been, it hasn't necessarily hurt, other than just have everybody wonder why the heck are we listening to this. But I really don't think it's helped.
No, I don't think so either. Rebecca, do we have any sense of how much longer this testimony is going to go on?
I mean, we were expecting this is going to go on all afternoon. And I will tell you something else. I noticed that when she was speaking, usually Tanner Horner's not doing a whole lot. He was writing notes to his attorney, and they were kind of looking at some of the notes, and he was sort of looking down. But I also was paying attention to Athena's family when they put Tanner Horner's graduation picture up there, and Tanner Horner smiling with his brother. And something that Athena will never get to do. She'll never get to graduate. She'll never get those opportunities because he kills her. And this family is sitting here watching, listening to, what a great kid his grandma thought he was, but they'll never get that opportunity to see Athena in a graduation gown. And I don't know if the defense is just a little tone deaf to this jury and to this courtroom. And I get that they're trying to humanize him, but it is also not lost on the jury that while they're showing these pictures of him, Athena will never get that opportunity. And her family is, I think, also struggling with this testimony.
Right. I understand that. And I want to also say out loud, Zeke, that Chris cannot hear Rebecca. So that is obviously created. What Rebecca was talking about was that, they're flashing these photos up of Tanner Horner, as a young kid and graduating, all the stuff. And that it's just the sense of outrage from Athena Strand's family.
Sure.
Seeing that, because obviously Athena Strand is never going to graduate from high school or get married or anything.
Yeah. It's definitely backfiring, or it has the tendency or the possibility to backfire. But like we were talking during the testimony, is the defense is almost trying to say that this kid, little Tanner Horner, never had a chance to have a regular life. And what'd you say?
Well, Athena Strand's never going to have a chance.
Exactly. So if the jurors are thinking along the same lines we're thinking, this ain't helping.
Rebecca, Zeke. Okay, go ahead, Zeke. Fix his mic. Or fix his IFB. So what has been Tanner Horner's reaction to his grandma's testimony? Have we seen any reaction from him?
No, not really. He just is kind of stoic, like he's been through most of this trial. But he was, like I said, writing a few notes, or he was writing something to his lawyer. And he was taking notes, I think, when she was really talking about the grandfather. That's when I noticed that he was writing some notes when he was talking about Bill, the grandfather, and his temper, and Bill being out of control or mean. And I thought it was really interesting when she said, oh, the grandfather kept saying, there's nothing wrong with that boy. I thought that was really interesting. That she said that at least the grandfather thought there was nothing wrong with Tanner Horner, that he was just, being a bad kid.
Well, I had to, Chris and I both looked at each other when the prosecutor asked if Tanner was a friendly person. And the grandma says, oh, yeah. I'm just like, really? These were just, to me, odd questions. I mean, do you understand what in the world are we doing here?
I don't know. And again, well, when you have maybe an older witness like this, maybe the witness is not staying on track the way maybe that the defense lawyer was planning it to go. She might be going off script, or at least off the plan. And then, the lawyer, I mean, I've had that happen many a time. You've got to try and get the witness back on track to talk about the things that, you want to talk about that might be helpful to the jury. But, grandma wants to tell, her stories. So, you kind of lose control of the witness that way. And the prosecutor's just letting it happen. I mean, he's happy to watch this.
Yeah, because it's kind of a train wreck. Go ahead, Rebecca. You're about to say something?
Yeah, one of the things that I did notice is that Grandma does not come story that the defense has made a big issue of, and that is Tanner saw his mom over the toilet, supposedly overdosing, but and that I guess he went to go get his grandma, and that, you know, we've heard that story I think twice in this trial, but Grandma's like, oh yeah, I don't remember that. I mean, that was also, I think, did not go well for the defense.
Yeah.
Well, and then this whole wrestling story.
I mean, that was a dud.
It's just like, what?
Yeah.
He's comforting me? Just,
Yeah.
I'm
okay. But, you know, again, maybe Grandma told it different, you know, last week, and maybe she's nervous as a witness, and this is how it came out. I don't know. I hate to second guess other lawyers, but I don't think it's a stretch to say that this witness has not had the impact that perhaps she was hoped to have had.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, so we're starting to see movement in that courtroom, Rebecca. So I think Tanner Horner's about to come back out. So we'll let you kind of. Well, there's some folks coming back in. So we'll let you get back to it, and then we'll wait for them to get started back up. Thanks, Rebecca. Yeah, yeah, there he comes. He's coming out. So I guess.
Maybe it was a little short break.
I think, well, because she's got MS, so I think they're taking more regular breaks. But how long do you leave her on the stand?
I mean, not much longer, unless she's going to drop some big bombshell soon. You know, you want to get her off, and I don't think the prosecutor is going to spend much time other than, hey, you know, thank you for your time, Grandma, and no questions. That's all I'd do. She hasn't moved the needle much at all.
Not even a little, I don't think.
Yeah, so just get her out of there.
I mean, and you know, I was struggling to stay focused during her testimony.
Well, I wasn't going to mention
you
that.
weren't going to tell folks about that. But I was really struggling. You know, it's like, you know, it's the afternoon, and you're just mid-afternoon on what feels like the 100th day of this trial, and you're going, where in the world are we headed, folks? Well, you know? And
you know, the jury's got to be thinking the same thing, because they know even less about what's happening and what days are, you know, all they know is they don't have court tomorrow for some reason, but they do have court next week. So, you know, they got to be thinking, how long is this thing going to last? Well, so basically what you're saying is, if the jury's struggling to stay awake, so am I. You were doing better than me, though. So, I don't know. Oh, maybe I've had a little more caffeine. Yeah, I am definitely chugging back the caffeine today to stay focused, because okay, so we see folks standing up. That means the jury's coming back in, and then presumably we will see them. Like, we haven't even gotten to the crime. Like, we haven't even gotten to her phone call with her son. I mean, not her son, her grandson. She has there's a call. Like, we're still like in his childhood. I mean, if you're the defense, though, do you want to bring that up? You want to remind everybody about that? Not really. I don't either. Let's tell a couple sad stories about his childhood and, you know, get out of there. I mean, do you get her to plead for his life? I mean, I guess that's what they're working toward. I mean, even his own mother didn't plead for his life. I mean, it's just... Of course, you know, what's she going to say? Of course, yeah. I mean, you know, do you even have to get her to plead for it? Yeah. I mean, you know, she's here. You know, she's trying to help. I mean, that's, you know, worth something, I guess. But, you know, I don't know. If she's got some relevant information, she's keeping it secret. I don't know. I struggle with where we're headed on this one. Yeah. And again, maybe, you know, she told, you know, maybe they'd hoped or that her testimony was going to be a little bit more impactful than it is. You know, people get nervous, people forget. You know, I don't know. I don't know. But I still think do you think it speaks to that they just didn't have much to work with? The defense had very, very little to work with. And you ask yourself, if this is one of the few big character witness is if this is the best you can do, there's not a lot of people that were going to stand up for this man.
No, and I mean, and not a one of his character, not a one of the quote unquote character witnesses has wanted their face shown. You know,
Yeah,
they're. I mean, not on a live stream.
This is an impossible case for the defense. It really is.
Yeah. Okay. So people are sitting down. That generally means that we're about to get underway here again. Picking up here with Grandma. Of course, we're waiting to see what else they could possibly ask her that could. There we go.
I see that big smile on your face, Jackie. Why are you smiling?
Well, that's his diploma that they handed him walking across that stage.
Now, Jackie, I want to talk about Tanner's musical abilities. Tell us about that. Was Tanner a musical guy?
Yes, drummer.
Where did he get his first set of drums?
Me and his papa bought it for his 16th birthday.
When you say Papa, who are you talking about?
Oh, Bill.
His grandfather?
Yes.
Well, why did y'all give him the drums?
Because he always went around all the time. And thought he could put that to use. And he did.
Was he a good drummer?
Yeah, he was.
Did he take lessons?
No.
Did he play any other kind of instrument?
He played bass. Probably a couple other things, but I don't know what it is.
Now, Jackie, you mentioned that you and Bill got him the drum set. I want to talk a little bit about Bill and Tanner's relationship. Was your husband the authority figure in the house?
Yes.
How did he show his authority?
Like being demanding, overbearing a lot of times. And he wants to like get a point across that wasn't. See. He's got angry a lot. And so sometimes that's how we do. We just kind of bully his way into, this is what you do. For instance, go out and mow the yard, Karen. And he'd never showed him how to mow the yard. He'd get out there and just do it away. And then, you know, why didn't you use your head? You know, I have to show you everything. It's just little things that he thought would have been easy for him. And then when things weren't going exactly how he thought it should be, you know, it was always a problem.
Were there some things that it took Tanner a little while longer to catch on to?
Oh, yeah.
What kind of things?
Funny.
What kind of things?
I'm not sure, I cannot remember everything, and right now I can't, except the one thing I remember is, Bill had gotten really mad at Tanner And he went back there to his room and just, started complaining to him. And he came back up and he said, I've had it with him. I'm gonna get that stick that I told you about and I'm gonna take him down. And he actually said, I didn't actually believe him at first.
Okay, now Jack, I'm gonna stop you right there for a minute because we had a lot of he's and hims. And I wanna make sure that the jury understands who we're talking about, okay?
Yeah.
You said that he went back to his room. Who went back to whose room?
Bill went back to Tanner's room.
Had they had an argument before?
Yes, but I had not heard about it. Or, if I did, it'd been days or weeks.
And you mentioned something about a stick. Tell us about the stick.
It's kind of like a dowel rod, kind of like, it was about this big, long, about this big around.
Is that the stick that you're referring to on Defense Exhibit number 109?
Yes.
What did Bill do with that stick?
He told Tanner, stand still. Just stand still. And Tanner's just standing there, yeah. After I'd already told him, I said, Tanner, you need to leave because he's mad. He said, I said, you need to leave because he's mad. And he said, Papa wouldn't hurt me. Well, so he stood there and he acted like he's playing baseball and got that big stick and just swung it at him and hit him across his chest and stomach area. I mean, and it just happened so quick and he just fell down like, he's a big guy. I'm surprised that he went down like that.
So Bill hit, you said that he took it like a baseball.
Oh, yeah.
And he swung and hit Tanner with that stick that's in Defense Exhibit 109?
Yes.
When you say that Tanner went down, what do you mean he went down?
I mean, he didn't, he just went down like a rag doll.
Were you afraid?
Oh, yeah. That was terrible. I mean, it was like a movie. It was terrible.
Was that something that you would have ever expected?
No. No. And neither would he. It shocked Tanner. He couldn't believe it.
What did Tanner do after Bill had hit him with that stick?
He was crying. Went back to his room. And came back about 15 or 20 minutes later, bleeding everywhere. He cut his arm and it was just, blood was just pouring out. And Bill saw it, he said, well, I guess you ought to take him to the hospital. And I did.
Did Bill seem concerned at all?
No.
What happened when you took him to the hospital?
Well, he went in and they looked at it and I don't remember how many stitches, but at least 10. And
Jackie, in spite of the bullying by Bill, and in spite of the hit, did Tanner still love his papa?
Yeah, he did, but I think that may have, I think that made him think twice about him, you know?
And when Bill passed away, how did that affect Tanner?
He was very sad.
Jackie, I want to talk to you about your grandchild.
My great-grand?
I'm sorry, your great-grand, that's right. How old, are you, do you know the mother of
Yes.
your great-grandchild? And again, we're not gonna go into names,
Okay.
and we aren't going to talk about the name of your great-grandchild either. But were Tanner and the mother together when the child was born? Were they still dating?
Yes.
How did Tanner react when he found out that he was going to be a father?
Oh, he was real excited.
Did
Very
he
excited.
seem to enjoy being a dad?
Yes.
What kinds of things would Tanner do with his son?
I mean, just play with him and hold him and feed him, change the diaper. You know, I wasn't around a whole lot right then, but he took good care of him.
Did he like to show his son off to other people?
Oh, yeah. Bring a grin to his face.
Yeah, for sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie, I'm gonna show you what has been already admitted in evidence as that's exhibits number 106 to 108. Would you take a look at that? And I see you smiling again. Why are you smiling?
Pictures.
That's it. What is it? Oh, those are the only three.
Oh, I'm gonna make one out of it.
What is it about these pictures that is making you smile?
Well, because Tanner was so happy and that little baby. So cute.
What does it make you feel like when you see these pictures?
Well, of course it makes me feel proud. I mean, it's sad that, you know, he'll never be a daddy that he wanted to be. But he got a little guy to be proud of.
May I publish to the jury?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Jackie, you know why we're here, don't you?
Yes, I do.
You know that your grandson has pled guilty to kidnapping and killing of his.
Yes.
I want to talk to you about the time leading up to that horrible day, okay? In the weeks leading up to this incident, based on your observations of Tanner, did he appear to be under a lot of stress at that time?
Oh, yeah.
Why do you say that?
Well, they've been staying with, the other grandmother. And, they came over after they had some kind of a disagreement. And he was just, he'd just gotten another job. And he was nervous about that, nervous about being inside, being at the house. And Cassie being, she just always wanted to do something. He'd be at work all day and then she would be there all day and then she'd want to, go out and do things and eat and, spend money or whatever. And it was getting to him because he wasn't getting good sleep because he'd end up staying up too late. He was just stressed out. And I just want to add one thing is he had told me that, I don't remember what day it was, but he said, I made an appointment with the doctor to get back on that medicine. I was so proud that he said that. And I thought, wow, he's really maturing. Because he figured that out by himself. So that, just all, and you could just tell he was stressed because he was so snappy and kind of shaky.
We've been talking a lot about the hard time that Tanner's had in his life. And what I want to do is I want to talk about some of the good things. Now, the defense's exhibits with pictures of Tanner and his son. Would you consider that some of the good things in his life?
Yes.
Do you think that you and Tanner have a close relationship?
Yes.
Before this all happened, would y'all do a lot of things together?
Well, probably not as much since he, had a baby and all that and involved. But he had not been living at the house for a while. And, we've always had that closeness.
Did you and Tanner, while he was growing up, did y'all attend church together?
Yes.
How long did y'all attend church together?
How long? I started going in 2002. My mother had just passed away, and he had said, Mimi, I want to start going to church. And I had been wanting to get back to church. And we visited a few churches, and then we ended up finding Outreach of Love or Legacy Church. And we went there and we loved it, and we stayed for 20 years.
At some point, did Tanner step away from the church?
Yes. After he started, with the drums and talking about getting a band and working and having a car, this,
Since his arrest, has he gone back to the Bible? And gone back to church?
yes. Yeah, I bought him a Bible that I looked online. Yeah. The Old Testament and the new one, all in one book.
Ben Richard?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackie, I'm going to show you what has been admitted into evidence, defense exhibits 110, 111, 112, and 113. Is that the Bible you bought, Tanner?
Yep. That's a thick one.
Oh, that's a good thing.
Then taking notes.
How does it make you feel to see that he's been taking notes in his Bible?
Wow. I think it's good. It's very good.
That publisher on it?
Yes.
I'm almost done. What I wanted to ask you is, what is your happiest memory of your grandson?
Well, there's probably several that, this is in the 4th grade. And, they had a talent show. And he sang "Who Let the Dogs Out." He did this whole thing, did the whole dance and everything. And, kind of surprised me that he did that all on his own, but he did.
And Defense Exhibit number 113 is that a picture of that talent show?
Yeah.
Jackie, how has all of this affected and impacted you and your family?
Mm. Horrific. Yeah. I mean, we're just devastated. And I'm so sorry for Athena's parents. More than you'll ever know. We think about you every day, and I pray for you every day. I feel like there's nothing I can say to make anything better, and I'm sure there's not. I just want you to know that I've not forgotten you or your daughter. Every day we think about her. And you guys.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, briefly, Your Honor. This stick incident that we talked about with the picture of the stick on there,
Yes.
how old was Tanner when that happened?
Gosh. 25 maybe?
So he was, and I didn't get that before, he wasn't like a little kid or something, was he?
No.
He was a grown man when that happened,
Yes.
in his 20s. All right. Now, make sure. It sounds like, ma'am, I just, it sounds like throughout your entire life, you have worked hard despite your struggles. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
It seems like to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you did the best of what you could with what you had. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And I bet you today, if that wheelchair didn't have you bound up there, you'd still be working today, wouldn't you?
Absolutely.
No matter what got you down, or no matter what happened, you were still gonna do the best you could, right?
Yes.
Now, from the time that Mr. Horner was born, what I'm getting the impression of is that you've always been there for him, haven't you?
Yes.
And even all the problems with his mother and everything going on in the house, you were still working and you were still taking care of him, weren't you?
Yes.
And it sounds like, to me, you were pretty much his mom.
Well, I was Mimi.
But you fed him, right?
Mm-hmm.
You clothed him. Is that right?
Yep.
Put a roof over his head.
Yes.
Even into his 30s, when he was struggling, you still put a roof over his head.
Yes,
And I'm betting you still cooked for him, even in his 30s when he was there at your place.
I would, if he's a good cook.
But you were still helping him even into his 30s, right?
Yes,
And all the things that we're talking about, you showed up and you were the one there every time for him.
I believe so.
And as part of that, you taught him how to behave, right?
Try to redirect it to something more positive.
Right. I'm guessing you tried to show him some work ethic,
Yes,
give him some skills to be a grown man in the world, right?
yes,
Maybe even gave him some dad advice whenever he had his kid and how to take care of his kid, I bet. Is that right?
yep.
Have you been keeping up with the testimony in this case?
Not all of it.
Not all of it.
No, when I found out I wasn't supposed to watch it, I quit watching it.
I think the judge appreciates that. But when we first talked to you in this case, you didn't really know what Tanner had actually done, did you?
No,
You know now, don't you?
yes.
Now, I just want to be clear about a couple of things here. Who's responsible for putting us here today where we are today?
I'm sorry, what?
Who's responsible for putting us here for where we are today?
Tanner.
Not his stress of being in work or anything like that. That's not responsible for why we're here today.
No,
Not the fact that he had Asperger's. That's not putting us here today, is it?
you want me to answer that?
Yes.
I think his problems had something to do with it.
He knows right from wrong, though, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
He knows not to kill,
Yes, he knows that.
knows not to sexually assault a child.
Totally shocked. I couldn't believe it myself. And it doesn't sound like him.
And correct me if I'm wrong, and I want to make clear about this. On the day after the offense, you communicated with him and sent him pictures of Athena, did you not?
I took a picture because it was on the TV. And I called him and said, Tanner, I know you're working out in paradise. Please look out for this little girl. She's missing.
This was after he'd already killed her and after he'd already dumped her.
Well, I didn't know that.
Well, you know now that was.
Yeah.
And what was his response to you when you informed him about this little girl missing and you sent him a picture? What was his response?
It was like, okay, I'll look out for her. It was kind of a generic answer. But he didn't dwell. Huh? He didn't dwell on it.
He didn't say he did it, did he?
Oh, no,
He didn't admit anything to you, did
no.
he?
I would have called you.
That's witness. Redirect.
Jackie? You know what happened in this case now? Are you angry with your grandson?
Yes, I am.
Even though you're angry with him and You still love him?
Well, sure, I still love him. You know, I'm very angry and I'm still working through this. But I still love him.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Staton?
Nothing further.
Okay, we're done for the day. And I will see y'all Monday morning, okay? Enjoy your weekend. Stay dry.
Wow, Chris, that was whew.
Yeah, I was sure wasn't expecting that kind of a bombshell. I mean, that hurt. That grandma texted him to be on the lookout for the little missing girl. And he said, yeah, I will, grandma. That's, wow. That's not good is an understatement.
So, yeah, because you and I both we both perked up as we got there towards the end.
Yeah.
When,
that's a killer.
you know, starting with when we're on direct, when, you know, she's apologizing and talking about how devastated she is.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know,
Which was good.
And she prays for him. And then we go to cross. And it's short.
Right.
But it is effective.
Yeah. See, I would have left it alone because I didn't know that there was that text on there.
He knew, though.
Yeah, he did. And he was just, we'll just let this thing go as long as we can. And then, pow. And, you know, how do you recover from that?
I don't think you can.
Mm.
I mean, and you go through and you talk about and you point out over and over how he had her support. You know, who's responsible for putting us here? Tanner. You know, and you talked about how, you know, he gets her to admit how shocked she is, and, you know, the whole thing about the picture. I mean, it's just, and then it just up and down the line.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, that. I certainly was not expecting that. Had anyone ever mentioned anything like that?
No. I mean, you know, you and I have gone through hours and hours of her testimony watching this, and it was pretty boring and struggling to stay awake. And then right here at the end, the last basically 5 minutes of it, if I had to if I was doing a story on, like, if I was putting this together for TV, which I know Rebecca will be, that'd be what I would draw from right there at the end.
Sure. And I mean, at least, I don't know, you know, you'd want to try and bury it in some other testimony, rather than have it be the last thing the jurors hear before they break for 3 days.
Well, why didn't the defense attorney bring it out? She had to have known about it.
You would think, but, you know, maybe you know, grandma was supposed to, maybe the plan was she was supposed to mention it earlier or something. I don't know.
But she never asked the question that would get you there. I mean, that I recall.
No.
Because the question that got us there was,
did you send him it
had to do with the
you
picture.
You knew he was in the neighborhood.
You knew he was in the neighborhood, and then it goes from there. And she says and that's how we get there.
Right.
And he was like, okay, I'll look out for her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We got Rebecca Lopez on a video
yeah,
call.
I want to know how that went over in the courtroom if she knows.
Well, let me just start with when they were handing out the pictures of Tanner and his son. You know, I could just feel the emotion from Athena's family because here they are, a picture. I could see the picture too. The picture was Tanner holding him as a baby, and then a baby photo of Tanner's son, and then them together taking like a selfie. Because I saw the pictures at the jury box. I was sitting close enough to the jury box. And I mean, the jurors, there was no real reaction, but the impact that it had on Athena's family was very palpable. You could just feel the emotion and frustration. It's amazing that this family has been able to sit there with this much composure while the defense is showing these pictures of Tanner and happy moments. And it's like, oh, we've heard all about Tanner's bad days. Let's just talk about all the good times. And I visibly saw his dad just take her dad, Athena's dad, just take a sigh of relief. I mean, like not relief, but just a frustrated sigh. Like, I can't believe that, we're going through this. It really, I don't know what that did for the defense at all. And then the family really didn't react, and the jury just kind of straight ahead as she was sort of apologizing to the family. I don't think that helped at all for the defense.
Chris?
Well, what about the part when Grandma sent the text? And yeah, I agree with you. I'm surprised Athena's dad didn't stand up or make it. I'm sure it took everything he had in him to retain his composure there in the courtroom. So good for him. But what about when?
This
the
family
prosecutor
has restrained.
Go ahead, Chris.
Amazingly. What about when the prosecutor quizzed Grandma about the text message to look out for this little girl who's been kidnapped? I mean, how did that go over?
Yeah, it was. First I looked at the jury first, and the jury they looked almost like they looked angry. I mean, they just look like they are.
Yeah.
But some of them aren't showing a lot of emotion. A couple of them looked visibly angry. And Athena's family it's amazing that they were able to restrain themselves, because you can feel like their frustration and the fact that, he was so callous, and you could feel it. You could feel their emotion. I want to talk to Athena's mom after this is all said. There's still a gag order, so they can't really talk. But I do see them in and out of the courtroom, and I see them every day. And it is just, when the grandma's talking about, oh, this is horrific, and what impact did it have on you? I also kind of felt like that was an insensitive question to ask her from the defense when in front of Athena, like, well, the impact it had on you. What about the impact it had on us? We lost our daughter, our loved one. But you could just feel the emotion from the family. And the restraint that they used to not get up in the courtroom and say something.
If you had Grandma on the stand, Chris, how would you have handled that? I mean, because you and I were both looking at each other a bit in shock. Like,
I don't think I would have put her on if I'd known that little tidbit was waiting in cross-examination. I would have left it. I don't think I would have put her on the stand at all.
It's like a bomb, like just waiting to explode.
Yeah, unless you think the prosecutor's going to call her.
But if you're going to do it, then you do it. You don't let them do it.
That's typically the way you'd handle that. Yes. So I don't know if they wanted to get ahead of it and call her before the prosecutor called her to get that out. Yeah, I don't think it did Tanner any favors.
No, not at all. Rebecca, you had something else to add?
Well, especially when they ask her there at the end, the prosecution on redirect, look, you are, who brought us here? Why are we here? Well, Tanner Horner. Well, did his burgers have anything that brought us here? No. Did his stress bring us here? No. She wanted to say, well, it did have an impact on who he was. But at the end of the day, she ended up acknowledging that we are here because of Tanner's actions. And then she said, I'm angry. And that's when she started to, really apologize to Athena's family, just like his mom did. And she says, I'm still trying to make it, through this. I'm still struggling with this. But Athena's family also struggles with this, and they're going to have to, deal with the loss of their loved one every single day for the rest of their lives. And just feel like her testimony did not help the defense. And again, the first half of that, the jury just looked like they were zoned out. They didn't really care about anything that she said prior to maybe those last 5 minutes. They were struggling to stay awake. They were moving around. They looked frustrated. Some were holding their heads. Some were like, playing with a pen. I mean, the jury was also, I think, had, trying to restrain their emotions of how they were feeling about that testimony. Then, after what when they were looking at the pictures of Tanner and the pictures that they're passing around, the pictures of the Bible, I actually saw one juror smirk when they were passing the pictures around of this big Bible that she gave him with the notes that he was taking. I don't think that went over really well with the jury either.
Chris, is that tone deaf?
You'd think so. Yeah. Like I said, I don't think I would have put grandma on the stand or had her anywhere near the courthouse if I knew that was coming as a text message. I mean, that's just, we're going to hear about that again during closing argument.
So we can count on it?
I would imagine we will hear that again. Everyone will be reminded all about that during closing argument.
Do you think that the prosecution ultimately turned grandma into a prosecution witness?
That little tidbit was worth them having to sit through, a couple hours of what a bad home life he had, for sure. Yeah, and that 5-minute cross-examination canceled out everything she had to say and ended up net hurting grandson, I think. And I don't think I'm alone thinking that.
Yeah. Rebecca?
Yeah, they're going to get an hour each on closing arguments. I asked the judge at the time limits, and they said that each side's going to have an hour. So the prosecutors, obviously, they begin, and then the defense goes, and then the prosecution goes again. I think that you're gonna have them end very strongly, and I'm sure they're gonna have the picture of little Athena Strand up there, or even the picture of her standing there with him, or both of them up there. That's what the jury's gonna remember. That's what the jury is really gonna see, and that's what they're not gonna be able to hear that hour-long call what he did, and then to hear what grandma just said. Oh yeah, I called him and said, look for the little girl. And he's like very indifferent. That is all going to come into play. They're going to remember, and grandma saying, well, yeah, I really don't think that any of the stress and all that he was going through, because every single person in that courtroom deals with stress. Everybody is stressed at some level in their lives, and everyone can relate about being stressed, but not everyone goes out and relieves their stress by going and killing a little girl. And so I think that the prosecution is going to, really hone in on that.
Yeah, and we've heard 7 days of the defense's case, and we get to the end of it, and we've heard what I would have quote Jen Falk again. We've heard a lot of excuses, but no explanations, and I don't think there's anything that could explain this.
You can't explain it. So all you can do is try and focus on things that might possibly mitigate it, and that grandmother's and Tanner's exchange there about be on the lookout for the missing girl, that aggravates it. That doesn't mitigate it. As a juror, I'm thinking, well, that guy, that worthless SOB gets this message from grandma whose heart was in the right place. Look, I know you're in the neighborhood. It didn't occur to her that she was texting the killer.
Right.
Right. She said, look out for this little girl.
Well, because who would want to think that your grandson had done something so horrific?
Sure. But wow. I mean,
And then they kept coming up with these trying to come up with these scenarios where Tanner was victimized by somebody, whether it was the grandfather, and then but in my mind and I kept picturing what he was doing to Athena. I mean, you could not disassociate those two. I mean, they're talking about, oh, poor Tanner got, and then, you know, that's horrible that anybody would be, you know, beat a child. I mean, that's terrible. But then you're thinking about, you know, when they're trying to get some sympathy for Tanner having gone through what he did. But then when you think about what he did to Athena and what she endured and the torture that he put her through for an hour, I think that testimony also probably did not sit well with the jury.
Chris?
No, I mean, this is, as I said, this is an impossible case for the defense, and now it's even more impossible after Grandma's little exchange. I sure would not want to be the defense lawyer with this set of facts against me. It's impossible.
Right.
It really
Well, and then
is.
you even have his own mother saying that she was afraid that he might hurt his own son. I mean, you know, it's like,
Yeah.
with family like that, who needs enemies? I mean, you know,
Well,
because
and,
clearly even they don't have much nice to say, really.
Well, and you got to admire their honesty.
Well, and then they decide, yeah.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Well, and then they don't even call the brother who they were going to call. Well, they didn't even call the brother who they were going to initially call, but there was something that they feared the brother was going to say, because honestly, I think the more damning testimony was mom and grandma that had probably the most impact on this case versus all of the witnesses, you know, besides obviously what the prosecution, but I'm talking about what the defense put out. I mean, that was not helpful at all. And it was very powerful to hear both mom and grandma say what they said, and you know, they couldn't excuse anything that he did either. And so, you know, the jury is going to remember all that.
Hey, Rebecca, folks want to know, what was the family's reaction to the grandma's apology for what happened to Athena?
They just sat straight ahead, looking straight ahead. There was no real reaction at all. They've had to really rein in their emotions, and I think that they've done a very good job. And you know, they didn't react really. They just kind of look ahead. Now, during some of the testimony, I could see the family looking at each other, and you know, people in the audience, people in the gallery, kind of rolling their eyes at some of the testimony, but they just sort of stayed. They kept their composure and looked straight ahead. They really didn't react.
Chris, why is that important? Let's explain that to folks. Why is it important that her family not react?
Well, you don't want to add to the circus atmosphere of the thing.
But also for appellate reasons. Let's talk about like the kind of the legal reasons. I'm sure they've been told, hey, you know, keep it tamped down, right?
Well, sure. Yeah. You know, if it was me, I don't think I could stand to be in the courtroom. I would be in the hallway. I don't think I could listen to it and stay composed, at least not, you know, I don't know how it acted, breaking down, crying, or any disruptive, certainly. But yeah, I'm sure they've been told, keep it together. Don't show any reaction. You know, if for appellate reasons, it could be, you know, we don't want you to react to try and influence the jury.
Right.
You know, they've already testified, so the defense and the state has agreed to waive the rule as to their. Ordinarily, witnesses are excluded from the courtroom, but since they've already testified and wanted to sit through it, you know, they can make exceptions and let the family stay there. But again, the judge would have the option, if they were disruptive, to make them wait out in the hallway. And
It could also cause a mistrial if something like that happens. So it's important that
if it was big enough. Yeah, if somebody came over the rail and tried to attack Tanner, yeah, that could precipitate a mistrial.
Right.
Even, you know, all outbursts of any kind could. You know, probably not, but could, depending on what it was, it could.
Right. Hey, Rebecca, folks want to know what Tanner Horner's reaction was to his grandma's testimony. Did you ever see any reaction from him?
No, there was only one time, and honestly, it was hard to hear what she said, but she said something when she was reacting to the picture of him and his son.
Are we about to lose her? Oh, we lost her. She'll be back. We'll talk for a bit longer, folks. If y'all have more questions, we'll spend a little bit more time answering them. People want to know, do you think there'll be victim impact statements? Yes.
Oh, for
I
sure.
would absolutely. Now, victim impact and comes after everything's been decided,
Mhm.
because those are quote unquote, off the record. Those are not the court reporter's not, but they're basically after everything has been concluded and the jury's been released.
Right. And typically the jury in there, it's basically a time at the very, very end after all the decisions have been made about the case for the family to kind of vent and, let them know directly to the defendant what they think.
Right.
And that's also a test for a family to try and keep that as civil as you can without having it degenerate into some kind of name calling in the courtroom. And I've seen it go both ways. I've seen eloquent victim impact statements that moved everybody to tears, and I've seen some of them where the judge had to cut it off because it got so out of hand. So
people are asking, but what about the brother testifying? For reasons that we are not clear on, the brother is not going to testify. We were expecting him to testify throughout the entire trial. You have to think that the defense didn't think his testimony would help, is what it boils down to. And certainly mom didn't help, and neither did grandma.
or brother decided, hey man, I'm
Peace out.
Yeah, I'm out of here. I don't want any part of this sinking ship.
I mean, he's in jail in a 75-year sentence himself. So he also will never see the free world again. So clearly, I mean, there's no doubt. We have heard now for a month, this family had some pretty significant problems. I mean, this was no doubt, but
For sure. And I'm sympathetic to that. Everybody probably is sympathetic to the childhood that the guy had.
exactly.
It's shared by tens of thousands of families in the United States also.
But they don't go out and kill. They don't go out and commit sexual assault. I mean, all the things.
Bingo.
All right,
They don't.
Rebecca. Exactly. All right, Rebecca, let's bring you back in. All right, we keep losing you. The signal in that courthouse. Hey, before I forget to ask, because people keep asking.
Yeah, well-
go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. I want to make sure, because Jason has a question, and also everybody in the chat. The defense, they didn't rest, did they?
No, the defense has not rested their case. They have one more witness on Monday, and then there'll be rebuttal
that's right.
witnesses. But no, they have not rested their case.
That's what I thought, but I wanted to verify because people kept asking.
And yeah,
Right. It's the psychiatrist.
yeah. And also, I have confirmed that there will be 2 impact statements from the family, Athena's family, after the verdict is read,
Do we know who that will be from?
right after.
It's got to be.
I
mom and
don't,
dad.
but
Gotta
I
be mom.
suspect it's probably going to be mom and maybe one of the sisters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Dad did seem kind of soft spoken, and maybe he is elected not to.
Right. And, somebody's asking, what did the son's brother do? It's an evading arrest case. He had some prior felonies, and in Texas, if you get tagged as a habitual offender, so that's how he ended up with 75 years in prison, which is a really unusual sentence. Okay, so somebody's asking, can you expand on the rebuttal witnesses, Rebecca?
Who the rebuttal witnesses are going to be?
Yeah.
Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh yeah. Well, we know it's going to be 2 experts. One I've already heard, and he is also a doctor that has evaluated Tanner Horner, has spent time with Tanner Horner, has looked at all of his records, and I remember initially when I was hearing his testimony, I thought, well, perhaps this guy is not going to be very good for the defense because he says, oh, I don't think he's autistic. Then I realized that he was a rebuttal witness. So he's going to testify that he does not believe that Tanner Horner falls on the autism spectrum. And he's also going to testify he doesn't believe that he has a lot of these other disorders. And that he had, some sort of fetishes. So that that's what I believe, at least that if he testifies the way we heard him during the hearings, that's what you're going to hear from at least one of the expert witnesses. You're also going to hear probably from an expert from the prison system that's going to talk about what it's like in the general population versus death row kind of thing. And then I don't know who the third witness is. maybe it is somebody that's going to be able to come from the other side of Tanner Horner's family or something that comes out and says, you know, all this stuff happened to me too. I don't know. I don't know who that third witness is, but there is a third witness. That's what I'm hearing.
Do you think we're through with surprises, Chris?
You know, I thought we were through with surprises this morning, and with Grandma, I didn't think she was bringing anything to the party, and she brought it for the
right
prosecution.
There at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was probably not the intent.
No. Wow. Yeah, that's that was really devastating, I think.
Yeah, I you know, Rebecca, I have a hard time understanding. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, you guys were asking me before I went out the last time, before the signal dropped, that what Tanner Horner's reaction was. And really, I think there was just that one time when his grandma said something when they're looking at a picture of him and his son and something, and he did smile. That's the only reaction I've ever really seen from him. Although he was writing notes to his attorneys during some of Grandma's testimony, but I don't know what. Obviously, we didn't know what he was writing, but and he would just kind of look up, and then when we came back after the break, they had his diploma up on the screen, and again, I'm thinking, what is the point of putting up his diploma up there? Because, you know, again, Athena's never going to get a diploma there. She's never going to get a chance to get, you know, any of this. But I just feel like I don't think the defense maybe thought that through, because it did not sit well. I don't think that the jury, they were just, some of them actually looked angry. And some of them were bored and disinterested in what this witness had to say.
Chris, do you think, you know, you and I were talking about that sometimes as a lawyer, you can spend too much time with a client and maybe start, I don't want to say identify too much, but did they like lose the forest for the trees here?
That's a possibility, you know, especially in a case that's has this many witnesses, this many moving parts. You know, you've got expert witnesses coming at you from all parts of the country. And maybe it's, you know, one of those cases where, yeah, you just get too close to it, where you can't, you know, see the big picture.
Right.
You know, I am not going to guess as to why we heard some of these witnesses. You know, it could be that these are witnesses that Tanner felt very strongly to be called on his behalf. And, you know, the lawyer could say, hey, man, we might not want to do this. Are you sure? Yep, I really want you to call grandmother. All right. And you call the witness out there. You know, and he may have thought it was going great. You know, I don't know. But, you know, without knowing all the background and details of the case, I hate to be armchair quarterback.
Oh, but that's what we do here.
Why? I understand. But, you know, it's, a lot of this doesn't seem to be terribly helpful.
Right. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Tanya, one of the things that the prosecution, and I don't know that they'll do this, but, you know, when they brought up the inmate and he's talking about Tanner is a good character and we're buddies and all this, you know, there has been some evidence in the past, and I don't know why it's not come up in this trial, where he has made racist comments. And I wonder if some of that's going to come up in rebuttal, that, you know, he has said, you know, use some derogatory terms in referring to minorities. So so when they talk about, oh, he's a good character, and they've got this guy up here saying that, he has not shown me anything different, but he has shown that side of himself as well in the past.
I don't know.
You know, it's possible, or it could be that the prosecution just says, we're not even going to go in that direction. We don't need to.
Right. Here's one thing that people are asking in the chat, and I think we all kind of think we know why the text was so important, but folks want you to explain in detail, why was that text that, you know, the thing that Grandma sent to Tanner and then his response back, why is that so important? That's what folks want you to explain.
I just think it shows just a cold-blooded, response. I mean, no response would have been better than, okay, Grandma, I'll keep my eyes open for her. And kind of the subtext of it is that, these people are out among us,
Right.
and we don't know who they are.
Even Grandma didn't know.
Grandma didn't know. She had no idea. And Grandma, God love her, thought she was being helpful by sending this text out. Hey, Sonny, be sure and keep an eye out, not knowing that Athena was in all likelihood she was.
He'd already killed her and dumped her body by then.
Yeah. And he says, okay, I sure will. I mean, that, and then the roadblock incident.
Oh, that video.
My God. And, and just time after time, it just keeps compounding. It shows no remorse, no heart, no consciousness of guilt, or at least consciousness of the monster, in his own words, that he was. Every time you turn, there's something else comes up that just doesn't help him at all.
Nope. Okay, Rebecca?
Well, and now we know why they're seeking the death penalty.
Oh,
Yeah, and I think that
exactly.
Yeah. And I think that that's what you're going to hear from the final, the rebuttal witness, the expert that also evaluated Tanner Horner. You're going to hear him say he is nothing but a cold-blooded killer. He does not have these disorders. He is not autistic. It's not on the autism spectrum disorder. And
Are we starting to lose her?
Put forward. Tanya.
And I really think they're getting off base with this whole autism thing. I think that's a non-issue, and I think they're turning it into an issue that it doesn't need to be.
Well, and quite frankly, it's insulting. A lot of people have members of their family
Sure.
that are autistic.
Right.
I have a nephew who has autism. He would be considered high functioning. If you met him, you would not know it unless you knew it.
Yeah, and are we trying to say? I don't know what we're trying to say, but I think they're really losing people with that too. If the event that it's true, it's interesting, but I don't think it's breaking this case open. And I agree. I think it's insulting to try and say that, he's autistic, therefore he's not responsible for his actions. I mean, that's not what that means.
Well, and it's pretty clear Grandma believes he knows right from wrong.
Right.
He knows
sure.
you shouldn't kill.
And
he knows you shouldn't sexually assault a little girl. He knows all these things.
And autistic people know that too, I think.
That's right. Yeah. Exactly.
Don't try and insult.
Don't insult our
Right.
intelligence or the jurors' intelligence.
Right. I think it's backfiring, personally.
Rebecca? Can you hear us?
Yeah. No, I can't hear you, but yeah, I'm gonna have to hop off because I go get ready for our shows.
All right. All right, cool. Thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate you. All right,
Okay.
folks.
All
Chris and I are going to stay on till 4:00 Central Time. So we'll answer questions while we wait. Someone wants to know, do you think there was an investigation into whether there are other victims? Oh, I'm sure there's an investigation. I mean, I'm sure they've looked at that. So I'm sure that's been looked at. I'm sure his DNA has been entered into CODIS.
Oh my God, yeah.
No doubt. And so
the Rangers and all their resources put against this. I'm sure they've looked at any kind of similar missing persons in, within a few hundred miles of this place. It can't link them to anything.
Oh, people want to know, will we get to see them go over jury instructions tomorrow? No, folks, that's not something that they really. That's not really there's not really a hearing on that, right? That's something that's done kind of in judges' chambers.
Well, yeah.
Typically,
there's a standard boilerplate charge, and then each side will have an opportunity to say, well, is there anything you'd like in it? That there'll be a failure to testify or whatever, moving parts in it, and then a lot of it comes down to printing it out. The lawyers are sitting at the tables reading it, and then it's like, oh, Judge, we have we're missing a comma here, or this,
Right.
we got a misspelling here. And they print out another copy. Everybody looks at it. It's really, it's like watching paint dry.
Oh yeah. Well, no, but no, that will not be live streamed. The judges, was only allowing us to live stream stuff that's in the presence of the jury. Okay, somebody's asking if you're on death row, if you can do TV interviews. I think so, because I believe there have been like documentaries that have done, and I think Rebecca's interviewed some death row inmates, and so the answer is yes, they can do it. They can do interviews.
I would think, yeah, you'd have to have the clearance. I don't think it'd be a routine thing, but I think from time to time.
Yeah, I know it happens. Somebody wants to know, will we stream the appeal if Tanner Horner gets the death penalty? I mean, if there's something to stream, we'll stream it. It's just, it depends on, but we will be streaming obviously through the remainder of the trial anytime that court is in session. Okay, so somebody wants to know, and I don't know if you know this, is which prison is worse, the death penalty or like a regular prison where he would spend life?
If you're on death row, you've got your own cell, you're there with people, who are also on death row, and they are specifically equipped to hold you there. You have very little contact with anybody else because obviously you've been found to be a continuing danger. If you're in general population doing life without parole, you will probably end up sort of with other folks in the same, high security,
right?
People with the same or similar sentences, maybe or maybe not. People with child cases, you might be in there mixed in with anybody else. It is, in my opinion, it would be far more dangerous as the defendant, as Tanner Horner. It'd be far more personally dangerous to him to be in general population than it would be to be on death row.
That's how Shamirmir ended up dead. Billy Shamirmir, our local serial killer, was killed a few years ago.
Yeah. And I think he's got a target on his back with this kind of a case. I would hate to place odds on it, but he might live longer on death row than he would in general population.
Yeah, I think you're right. There'd be probably be some an attempt at what we call prison justice.
Yeah.
Will we get to hear the victim statements? Of course, if they allow us to stream them, and I don't know why they wouldn't. But we would if we are allowed to stream them, we will stream them. So
it just occurred to me, if they're going to call a prison expert to talk about death row, I would imagine that he would be asked the same thing. What's the life expectancy of a child murderer in general pop versus on death row?
Right.
So, the prosecution might not get the answer they're looking for, especially if the jury, I don't know. If I knew that as a juror, I might think, you know what, if I really want to hurt this guy, I put him in general pop and don't give him the death penalty.
Oh, somebody says if he gets the life without parole, can he appeal? I don't think so because he pled guilty.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that I can't see.
That's
what
a
you
great
would,
question.
That's a really interesting question because I know they had contested a lot of stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah,
that,
what do you appeal? I wanted death. There's
yeah.
nothing to appeal. There's no guilt, innocence. I think it's over.
I think so. People want to know where you can watch my stories. Well, I'm a reporter at WFA.com. You can follow me. You follow our website, and also, I frequently show up on the station's YouTube page. So I'm an investigative reporter. So in my other part of my job, I've covered all kinds of issues from disabled people being hurt in group homes. Most recently, trucking safety. Did a whole bunch of stories on trucking safety. So I do as Chris, and then of course I've been covering the criminal justice system for 100 years.
Sure.
So.
Yeah.
So I've been around a long time. Let's see. I'm looking here to see if anybody has. People are asking if he'll end up in Gen Pop. I mean, I guess they could put him in some sort of protective custody. Who knows?
It's gonna be up to the warden and the prison system.
Exactly. Somebody asked why there's no trial tomorrow. Well, that's because they're working on the jury charge. Okay, folks, I feel like we've I'm looking at your questions to see if there's anything else I really think we should need to answer today. And I think the answer is no. So what we're going to do, what I always do, because I know Jason and Zeke are over there waiting for me to, decide to stop talking. Okay. First of all, thank you for being with us today, Chris.
Sure.
But I'm going to do what I always do with every guest. We're going to give a quick summation about what happened. So we had these two autism spectrum experts who testified about some stuff this morning that frankly didn't add much. And then we heard hours and hours of testimony from Tanner Horner's grandma. And most of it was pretty uneventful until the last 5 minutes. And I'm going to let you give the summation of what we saw in that last 5 minutes.
The last 5 minutes after a couple hours of basically filler background information, the last 5 minutes, the prosecutor, in 3 or 4 questions, got grandma to admit that she didn't have to admit it. I guess he already knew that grandma had sent a text message to Tanner Horner, who she knew was working in the neighborhood, to be on the lookout for the little girl who'd been kidnapped, not knowing that she was sending the actual killer a text message to that effect. And he responded that he would be sure to do so when in his, he knew that he had already killed her, sexually assaulted her, and dumped her body in a shallow pond, presumably not to ever be found.
Yeah.
That's what he knew when he was texting his grandmother back. And I think that is just absolutely devastating testimony from his own grandmother. Wow. I sure wasn't expecting that. But the prosecutor was just rubbing his prosecutor hands together, just waiting to cross-examine her, and pow.
Because he knew that text. He knew that text message because they had downloaded Tanner's phone.
Sure. Yeah. He couldn't wait.
Wow.
Yeah. I bet he was thrilled when they called her, and he's just over there, just waiting to get a crack at her.
Oh
wow.
Man. Because most of the testimony today was pretty much like watching, paint dry on the wall.
Man, it was a snooze fest till the last 10 minutes.
And then I woke up and I'm like, there we go. Okay.
Wow.
And for that last 5-10 minutes, the rest of the paint drying today became worth it.
Exactly.
Yep. And that's the jury is going to forget all the stuff that preceded it, right?
Right. And the last thing they heard pretty much before they go home to kind of meditate on this for 3 days was grandma. Wow. That hurt. It really hurt. I think it hurt.
All right, folks. Tomorrow we will be re-airing this live stream because, of course, there's no court tomorrow. So we're going to re-air this live stream. So, if you feel like watching us all over again in replay, it'll be great. And then we will be back Monday morning. I assume 8:30 because court's typically been starting at 9. So I'm going to guess 8:30, and I will see you then.